2019 Young Horse Performance Series final at Staines City Equestrian Centre. Proudly supported by the following sponsors.
Good morning. Welcome to the spectacular Staines City, and welcome to what we hope you'll think is even the more spectacular Young Horse Performance Series. We're at the Staines City Equestrian Arena, and with me is Gail Foxcroft. So it's a big good morning to Gail, who tells us that she thinks she's feeling hot this morning.
Flipping hell, I think it's already 40 degrees.
It is extraordinarily hot.
Yeah.
And we're in for some hot show jumping, some hot competition, and some hot young talents.
I hope you're regarding me as some of that hot young talent.
Gail, this was your brainchild with Sue van der Merwe, and it's a new thing for viewers to watch. Start to talk about it, because there's so much to tell, I'm sure.
Well, we actually started 15 years ago.
I can't believe it's 15 already.
No, it's time she flies.
Yep.
And we started with thinking, you know, the French have a young horse series, the Germans have a young horse series, and we just thought to promote our breeding industry, that we would like something that could give the breeders a showcase for their young horses. And I mean, it has grown from strength to strength. We haven't had so many horses in a final for years, so it's been it's fantastic, the response we've had.
Yeah. And when you say, I think, a showcase for the breeders, I think this is so much about recognition for the extraordinary care and money that the breeders put in to providing us with horses.
It is. You know, we've got a couple of really prominent studs. We've got Callagher and Capital. There's the Eagle stud. There's
Rivendell, Rivervale, Poland's in the old days, Davenport,
yes.
Elzu.
All those studs, and they've done so much for our breeding industry. They've brought in the best seamen, the best stallions, some fantastic mares. So, I mean, I think you can agree, in the last 20 years, our breeding has really skyrocketed.
I can't think of the breeding without mentioning Gerry du Toit, without mentioning David Stubbs, without mentioning Tosca Foster, all those pioneers.
Exactly, those were the ones who first started with breeding warm bloods in this country.
Yes.
Because, I mean, historically, we've always ridden thoroughbreds.
Exactly.
And I think it was Elzu the first? Was Gerry du Toit and Elzu the first?
I think it's hard to say who was first. I can't even remember.
Yeah.
But I know that Beresford, Ernie Davenport, combined with some horses from Namibia.
Yeah.
And we had this fledgling, crazy little industry.
And it really has grown from strength to strength. If you look at all the breeding of most of the young horses in this series today, they are all the top bloodlines in Europe. It's what they're breeding in Europe is what we're now breeding here.
Every corner you turn, somebody says, "Oh, I've got this out of that," and you can't believe your eyes and your ears when you see the quality and the depth. Gail, I'd love to start this off by saying that there's, I don't know, let's attribute it to Shakespeare or someone sensible. Fools breed horses for rich men to ride.
It's fantastic.
And I'm looking you in the eye because you've bred a lot of horses and tried your best and cried and laughed and cheered.
Yeah, I've got some fabulous young horses that I've bred.
Yes, you do.
But you know, I've been doing it for like 25 years, and you know, you get two or three crackers, and some ordinary ones. So it's a heartbreaking game.
Now, Gail says you get some ordinary ones and some crackers, and she's sitting here with an arm brace, and I think there's probably a little story behind that.
There's no story. I'm just cracked.
So Gail, I think, was on her. Now he's an open horse Sting. You jumped over a barrel and he kicked sand onto it, and there you lay.
Something like that.
What is apparent to me, Gail, is how much more technical the warm bloods are to produce and to ride.
They are, you know, the thoroughbreds are historically have always been terribly easy. Somehow the warm bloods are able to twist themselves into cook sisters that thoroughbreds never dreamed of.
They're unbelievable. They really are unbelievable.
And I suppose they are bred for their athleticism, whereas your thoroughbred generally is bred more for speed. Your warm blood is bred for its elasticity and
yes, I
vertical
personally-
prowess.
They have this unbelievably elastic ability, but they have the brains of turbocharged school ponies.
No, exactly.
They can be devils.
Yeah.
And very hard to produce. The thoroughbreds think forward, which is so perfect for amateurs and for girls and for people who don't have time to train every day. The warm bloods, on the other hand,
Yeah, I think also when you think about you talk about going forward, the thoroughbreds always go forward. That's what they're bred to do, is to go forward. And the warm bloods, it's about trying to get them to go forward.
yes,
you know,
it's the
in
last
beginning.
thing they think about.
Is
They
it
think
exactly.
sideways, backwards, up and down.
Yeah, mainly
Yeah.
up in the air.
Yeah,
Is the
yeah.
best thing. Yeah.
And just to unpack the word warm blood, why warm bloods?
Well, I suppose they put thoroughbreds, which is the hot blood, to the
Correct.
cold-blooded
Thoroughbreds and
draft
Arabs.
type things.
Yes,
And then made warm,
yes.
diluted the hot.
Yes, and I think it's a really misleading name now, and if you think of these horses, they are sport horses as opposed to warm bloods.
Absolutely, and I think the trend in Europe now is to bring more blood back. So bring more of the hot blood back.
Yes.
Because I think at one stage they got a little cold.
Yes,
And probably,
Yes.
20 years ago, they
Yes.
got a little cold, and they were
Very.
bred very big, very deliberate horses. Now they're going
very scopy.
very scopy. Now they're going more for speed and athleticism again.
Everything in modern show jumping is decided with a stopwatch, and the poles have gone very light, and you have to be able to go flat out carefully. Would that be?
Yeah, you watch the overseas jumping on the Longines Global Champions Tour and stuff like that. And these guys in the jump off, they start at a gallop and do not take a pull. I mean, it's so counterintuitive.
It's unbelievable. The speed and the balance and the delicacy and the art,
Yeah.
because it's high art
Yeah.
at those top levels. It's remarkable. And it's quite a different class to the event you just recently commentated, the South African Derby. The Derby's now looking almost old-fashioned.
But it is such a deliberate event. It is a specialized event. I think there's always going to be a place for it. It's very specialized.
Yes. So on the screen you can see the A2. This is for the real babies, Gail.
Well, this is just a warm-up. This is a familiarization. So anyone can bring any horse in here to let them look at the jumps and to see what's going on. Because a lot of the babies have never been in the ring before, or only a few times, and they're going to spook. And we want them to do their best job. So we want them to be able to see everything, to get used to it before they have to compete.
It must be so helpful and reassuring. And actually, it's the ideal thing to settle the horses and not scare them with spooky equipment.
Yeah, when we start the day, people can either lead their horses in or ride them in, ride around, let them look at every jump. They can school a little bit inside just to get the babies happy and relaxed about the arena and the
Yes.
equipment.
We're watching Natalie Lloyd with Farnham Billie Jean. And if you wonder what the first part of the name of the horse is, it's the stud name. So Farnham is the effort of Barry and Lorette Knowles-Taylor. So when it's called Farnham, you know that that's the couple that bred Billie Jean. The South African tradition is to use the first letter. We copy the Hanoverians and the Holsteiners like in that way. So the first letter of the horse's name denotes the sire line. The hooter is to signal the next horse to jump. And we're hoping we see Carice Goossens with Q School. Yes, it looks like that is it.
Judges' boxes there.
So the course designer this morning is Eric Bianchi, himself an experienced rider and a very experienced course designer, a passionate man on the equestrian scene. And what he'll have done is made the jumps simple. So lots of poles.
Yeah, when you're starting off, you want it to be as simple as possible. Don't want too much filler. You don't want anything to frighten a young horse, because
Yes.
they tend to want to overjump anyway.
Yes.
So you just want something that's going to just let them relax and be happy in the arena.
And he's spread out the fences so the horses have a lot of time to recover from a jump. The riders can reorganize the horses and balance the horses, because these young horses' balance would be very fragile. this is an extraordinary initiative. This is the nursery of show jumping and the nursery of our sport. There was a time, and this could well have changed, that South Africa was a net exporter of horses, which is hard to believe because we certainly import a lot of horses. But South African horses, the top racing stuff goes back to the Northern Hemisphere. We've sold polo horses very well to the Northern Hemisphere and loads of endurance horses to the Middle East. And then all sorts of horses travel out of South Africa to Sub-Saharan Africa, Madagascar, Mauritius. So hacks, jumpers, school ponies, all sorts of horses travel. Now you're watching Kelly O'Connor. And Kelly O'Connor is a Derby winner, a South African champion. And out of the corners of our eye, we've just watched this horse of Kelly's dot and dash and shoot sideways. So a young horse like this, you could be mistaken for thinking Kelly's not that experienced. And it would all be about what the horse is available to do and what the horse is willing to help Kelly with.
I'm not sure what the hell you want me to do here, man.
So watching this horse, it has a lovely canter, a really good expression. The horse looks easy and willing. It's a smart horse. It has a... and there's young horse stuff. So the horse turns to that vertical, the Mitsubishi Motors vertical. Underneath it is the white ladder, which you can see, or the white palisade. And the horse takes one look and says it can't possibly do that. She'll ride it a little bit harder, and it definitely doesn't like it. So that's what they've bred these horses to do, to be observant, to be super careful, to be smart. And the horse can't believe his eyes. And what that would be about the interplay of light through the palisade. So Kelly reassures the horse. And she's called on Domini. So Domini is going to give her a lead. Watch. He's going to pass close to Kelly. When Kelly is passed by Domini, she's going to pick up canter, and she's going to give the horse the courage to jump it by following another horse over it. And perfectly done. And of course, she now takes a while to settle the horse. At the entry to this double is a little white panel. And let's see what happens there. And the horse gaining confidence, so jumps the little white panel, the double combination, easily. So we have with us this morning former Springbok show jumper Tony Lewis. And Tony is one of the 3 judges here this morning. And it's going to be great to ask Tony what he's looking for. He's one of the judges, and he's done it all in the sport in his life. He was very involved with the Alzu stud at the outset. So, Tony, what would you be looking for when you judge this young horse class? What are you looking for?
Mr. Start.
Yeah, you can talk.
Hello, hi Rogan. Thanks for the introduction. Nice to see you again. Right. Today we're looking for potential horses, potential in the show jumping arena in particular. We have a lot of studs that are breeding these horses now. So we're looking for number 1, technique, jumping technique. Now when we talk about jumping technique, we're talking about the technique of the front legs, the technique of the back legs, and the technique of the body in the over the jump. Then we're looking for rideability, attitude, and obedience. Very important in show jumping that horses have the right attitude and the right rideability. And when we talk about rideability, we're talking about ease and balance of the horse coming into a fence, the necessity to avoid the necessity of having to make adjustments of a horse that's maybe running on a bit or whatever it is. So he must be a rideable horse, if you understand what I'm saying there. And of course his attitude and obedience, they all go hand in glove with each other there. And then we're talking about scope. Scope is quite a difficult thing to describe, but it is it's something that you'll see in a horse where you're looking forward to a horse here that's going to be a Grand Prix potential. He must show you some ability of scope over a jump. In other words, ability to perform at a higher level, ability to show you that he's got something in reserve, because we're looking at small jumps now. They're just starting in their lives, these horses. But in the end, they all are potential Grand Prix winners, we hope. So one hopes to see in what they're doing today, which is not easy to see, but a horse with scope will stand out from a horse that doesn't have scope. So you'll see.
And scope will, of course, be connected to technique, rideability, and attitude.
Of course.
So it's so linked and complicated.
It's quite an involved togetherness story.
Yes.
And then we've got a jumping score itself, which is 4 faults for a knockdown, etc., etc. But basically, those 3 elements that I mentioned earlier, and
scope.
Scope
Yes.
is what we're looking for. Okay.
Yes. And Tony, you'll agree, horses make fools of us all. We think one horse is going to be marvelous, and it turns out a dud. And then we think one horse we hadn't noticed climbs its way up the rankings.
So right. And sometimes they blossom late. You know,
Yes.
some horses don't show you a lot at the start, and then all of a sudden something clicks into gear. Somewhere along the line, he suddenly realizes, wow, now I understand what I'm doing, and he produces something that you didn't see right at the start. Huh?
Now, you had wonderful success with thoroughbreds, and you changed to warm bloods, and then had wonderful success with warm bloods. Talk about that journey a little bit, if you would.
Yeah. Well, we were sort of forced into thoroughbreds because we didn't have anything else.
Yes, like the Australians, like the Americans.
Right.
Yes.
All the horses in South Africa were produced on the racetrack.
Yes.
So we had to identify horses that were potential jumpers, which is not easy once they've just been taught to gallop. So they come from the racetrack with a lot of baggage, because they're taught to gallop, and that's it.
Yes.
So there's a lot of reschooling that has to be done. But we had some wonderful show jumpers
Take a Chance, Red Gambit.
And to get to your forte, there were some good jumping lines.
Unbelievable
jumping lines, and unfortunately we've sort of lost them a bit. You know, they've sort of disappeared into history. Huh? I'm sorry, because you know, I can think of Dramatic, for instance. Dramatic produced
Jongleur.
5 or 6 Jongleur, Tamburlaine, Major Dominus. You know, I can name 6 or 7 that were great.
Yes.
And big, scopy, potential Grand Prix, international horses, elastic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rideable,
you know, and they were big.
And they were big. They were all 16-3, 17-hand horses, all of them, with wonderful temperaments. You know?
And then came along a little horse like Talisman, knee-high to a grasshopper.
15-2,
unbelievable.
And I'm not a lightweight, so hell, he did a wonderful job. He did a wonderful job.
I mean, you'd be forgiven at a distance of thinking that Talisman was a pony.
Yes.
Can you remember his pedigree?
He was by Trabant, which is an imported
Swedish warm blood.
He came out, and he was a Shagya Arab, huh?
Yes.
He was a Shagya Arab, so he was tiny.
Yes.
And Jerry de Toy, who bred them at Alzu Stud, bred them, and Talisman and his half brother Emerald King were the 2 ponies that Jerry de Toy, young Jerry de Toy,
jumped in juniors.
Jumping,
I remember that.
And they were so, particularly Emerald King went from 0 to JA in a year.
Unbelievable.
They were super talented.
Yes.
And then when he went to university, they just sat on the farm and did nothing.
And might I say that lots of riders declined Gerry's small warm bloods.
Yeah.
They declined them. I remember that.
You remember that?
I mean, everybody looked at them and thought, "What do you want to do with that pony?"
What the hell? Yeah, what do you waste your time at?
Yeah.
So I said to Jerry, "Send them," and I sat on them.
Yes.
And phew, what talented horses
they were! I would say they were a whisker away from being freaks.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Talisman certainly was a freak. You know, certainly was a freak, and
I once heard.
And as a very, very, very dear strong tender part in my heart.
Yes, yes.
Talisman, because he jumped for, I got him when he was like a 4 or 5 year old, and he jumped till he was 18.
Yes,
and of that
amazing.
18, 12 years or more were at the top end of the sport.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. I remember Bob Grayston saying that freaks beat good horses.
Yeah.
And that would have been a case in point.
Well, Stroller was a freak.
Exactly.
If we go back to England, Stroller went to the Olympic Games for Britain.
Yes.
And he couldn't have been more than about 15 hands. Maybe, I think he actually measured too.
At a point he measured.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So they come along.
Yes.
They come along. They come along like that. Huh?
And you're excited with what you see today, these riders producing these horses?
I'm very excited. Very excited. I've done it for a few years now.
Yes.
And it's been interesting to see the progression of the horses.
Yes.
Okay, there have been some really nice horses that have come out of being the top young horses in their year.
Yes.
And I see them, and the studs have got better. The quality of the horses have got better. The numbers of horses have got better.
Yes.
So I'm starting to get. I'm just looking at the starting list today. It's significant. Huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
So now we have the availability of semen, so they can fly in semen and breed to Olympic medalists and world champions, which we couldn't do as easily back in the day.
And they've been so clever. Because some of the semen they're getting are from stallions that maybe, and I'm thinking particularly the Namibian guys, who have a strong link with the Germans.
Yes.
So they get semen before the horses prove themselves.
Yes.
And they're getting them at a very reasonable price.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, I'm thinking about Chocker Blue and a few others who were nothing.
Yes. They don't have a thoroughbred breeding industry there, so they don't have an EVA restriction.
Right.
So they get better semen than we can sometimes, and a bigger range, and as you said, often cheaper because they're connected.
They're connected, and the Germans like each other.
Yes, they do. Yes.
So they do deals with each other.
And when they sell those horses, we quite like them too.
Yeah, yeah. We've had some we had, Consuelo, for instance, which is, you should tell them the story about Consuelo, how he was actually bought by mistake. Or he arrived here by mistake. He was bought.
It's a beautiful story.
It's a beautiful story. You tell it. You tell it.
Bear with me if I don't get all the details right. But Zita Fucht from Uchozanyati stud sent to Holstein an order for a colt bred in such a way.
Yeah.
And when the colt arrived, he was a little black guy, tiny. We must have come out just after being a weanling.
Yeah.
And then he grew. He turned grey, as happens with a lot of black horses. And what happened next is a visitor looked at the pedigree and said to her, "Why is this horse grey? There's no grey in the pedigree, and you can't get a grey without one parent being grey."
Yeah.
So they sent Hare back to Holstein to check out his DNA, and there'd been a mistake with the semen at the semen station, and the Holsteiners were so embarrassed they flew her out another stallion. But the one they flew out was not nearly as good as the one that arrived by mistake.
Wonderful.
It's a beautiful story. And a nice mark to the Germans that they repaired their mistake with massive apology.
Massive embarrassment.
Yeah.
And we ended up with
the number one stallion.
Number one
that's what he
breeding
is.
stallion in South Africa.
So on the list too, he's surpassed Dollarit. You know Dollarit.
Yes.
He surpassed Optimum van der Wellington. You know Optimum van der Wellington.
Yes.
And he's way the best that's ever come to these shores.
What a shame that he injured himself as a stallion, and we never saw him compete. Because I think we would have been,
that's
blown
right.
away
He
by
hurt
him,
himself on the farm.
Yeah.
He had an injury to a back joint.
Yeah.
And he was never able to compete.
Yeah.
But maybe that left him free to breed more.
Yeah, maybe.
And didn't die of colic from the stress of show jumping or something. Who knows what? But it did work. And he stood briefly in Natal, and he stood briefly with Gale.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
our luck.
Yeah.
I'm going to draw your attention
died
now.
This year, huh? Yeah.
Yes.
So,
So you're watching James Lowe. He's a young, recently qualified chiropractor. And James is riding a horse bred by Wolfgang Speert at his stud Zer Ice. And this is a Sampras. Now, Callagher gave Sampras semen to Dr. Speert. Dr. Speert is a vet, owns a big veterinary practice in Windhoek. They put the semen into a mare up there. I think a Drosselklang mare. I'll check on that. And this is the result. So you're watching Sampras semen. That's Staccato Burggraf out of a Drosselklang mare, I believe. And this is as exciting as a young horse gets.
Yeah, no. Look.
Slightly bigger than Talisman, but
Yes.
as much heart and canter.
Yeah.
You see James tap him on the neck when he spooks at that white thing, but the horse pricks his
Yeah.
ears and goes. This is
And
full
he's,
of
and
quality.
he's quite feisty, huh? Yeah.
Oh, very.
Yeah. Full of quality, huh?
He's
yeah.
still an entire, so people will be able to use him as a breeding stallion later. And everybody's talking about this horse, Zai Sampras.
Sampras, huh?
Sampras, yes,
Yeah,
sorry.
Sure. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, nice, huh?
Oh, absolutely
very nice. Sure.
super.
Sure.
Just super.
Sure. Huh. What? So he's a 4-year-old, is he?
That's right.
So he's 4.
These are all the real
well, you know,
babies of the
but, I mean,
of the scene.
These warm bloods can grow until they're 7. You know.
Exactly,
You
and
know,
particularly the Namibian ones.
that-
Particularly
yeah,
the Namibian
yeah,
ones.
Well, because they have a rough beginning. Right, they're telling me I better go. No.
Oh. We have two judges standing behind us.
Sorry.
So we have judging this morning Tony, with whom we've been having a conversation, Ian van Skalkwijk, and Billy Wiltshire. Billy's from the Northern Hemisphere, and it's wonderful to have a fresh eye and an outside eye. It balances the judging, and they'll deliver us the right champions during the course of today.
I'm going to go.
As you can tell, it's very relaxed here. There are all sorts of people coming and going. We're getting input from Sue van der Merwe and Gail Foxcroft, who were really the founders of this wonderful initiative. The venue, if you didn't catch us earlier, is Steyn City, and it is spectacular. There's so much space, wonderful finishes, amazing amounts of trees, and this is the equestrian clubhouse at Steyn City and the arena. Course designer today, Eric Bianchi. And Eric has been wonderfully kind in his design.
Good.
So, I'm delighted to welcome to the commentary Billy Wiltshire. And I'm also delighted to say that I know absolutely nothing about him other than he's a judge, he's from the Northern Hemisphere, and he must know his horses. Billy, please tell us all about yourself.
Hi, Rogan. Well, I was born right here in South Africa and started riding here when I was 5 years old, and left for Canada 23 years ago. And of course got involved with horse riding there the minute I landed on
Where do you
Canadian
live?
soil. In Winnipeg in Manitoba. That's right in the geometric center of North America.
Wow, okay.
So we're fortunate that we're sort of halfway between Vancouver and halfway between Halifax and Toronto, the big riding areas.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
And would I be right in saying Canada punches above its weight for its size population, the horses they're producing, and the level they go at?
Absolutely. I think, and also you could also say we don't get the amount of funding that they do in the US, so Canada really holds its own. And of course Spruce Meadows is right there. It's about a 2-hour flight from us, so
Yes.
about 12 hours drive to get there.
So when
and
Billy refers to Spruce Meadows, he's talking about this amazing venue in Calgary, and it's the brainchild of the Southerns.
Southern Family,
They've
correct.
pumped wonderful amounts of funds into the game, supported the game, and they've been big architects in Canada's show jumping success. Extraordinary.
And we get competitors from all over the world coming there, from Europe,
It
Ireland,
it
Germany.
may still be the highest prize money in the world. I don't know if it still is.
As far as I know, it still is.
Amazing.
Sponsored by CN Rail, Canada Rail.
Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars are given out, and I think riders are helped to fly there because it
That's
is
correct.
far away. Yeah. And Billy, what do you do?
Professionally, I'm an orthodontist. I'm a professor and head of
I can see how
orthodontics
that
at the
links to horses
university.
immediately.
And other than that, I'm a national show jumping judge in Canada.
Okay.
We have the two disciplines basically there, jumpers and hunters. And
Explain the difference to viewers, because lots of South Africans won't know about that.
So hunters are judged more over rustic type fences.
Yes.
Not the colors and that sort of thing. So straw bales and wooden rails and natural obstacles and that sort of thing. The horses are judged on their style.
Yes.
And their versatility of going over jump.
So that equips you to judge these classes beautifully, I would imagine.
In a sense, I'm not a hunter judge in Canada, but I do compete in the hunter ring.
So
yes, it goes very much with rhythm and that sort of thing that they're looking at.
I'm going to come back to you, but we're just going to have a look at the results of this class. And standing in the front is Michaela de Main, whose father does so much work here at the promotion of equestrian sport. Michaela smiling and getting the rosette from our judge, Julie Boyer. And we'll come to you with pedigrees just as soon as we know them. But Michaela has produced a whole bunch of thoroughbreds and has made the transition to some warm bloods. And I must say, doing a beautiful job. Second rosette going, thank you. Second rosette going. And I was too busy yapping to Billy here. It's too exciting to talk about what he's doing here judging. James Lowe receiving his prize, and he's on C.I. Sompras. And I think the little lady in the middle is on a capital horse. So small lap of honor. Eric Bianchi working hard in the background to build the course for the first formal competition, which will be the 4-year-old jumping class. So this was just really a welcome to the arena class. And now all these young horses, having settled in the arena, cantering out like butter wouldn't melt in their mouths. Viewers would have no idea how much work goes into the production of these horses. Billy, I'm sure you do know exactly how much work goes into the production of these horses.
Oh, absolutely. It's almost a full-time job, and I travel a lot, so I actually have to get people to work my horses while I'm away.
Okay. And do you breed?
I don't breed, no.
Okay. And what do you ride?
I have, at the moment, I have 3 horses. One is a pasture ornament.
One is
a pasture ornament.
Okay, got it.
He had a surgery and never came around for that, so he's sort of just been living a life of vacation and luxury. And then I have a Holsteiner that I imported from Germany in 2010.
How nice,
and,
yes. Do you remember the breeding?
I don't, to tell you the truth.
Okay.
I know you're the expert breeding.
No problem.
And then I have a young thoroughbred that I'm doing in the hunter ring at the moment, and also started him in the jumper. Thoroughbred off the racetrack.
Now that gladdens our hearts because they are marvelous. Yeah.
That's huge in Canada now, is the second career thoroughbreds, and in fact my youngster Playbook won the horse of the year off the track.
Yes.
For a second career. So
would Jim Elder's, the name Jim Elder, ring a bell for you?
Jim Elder?
I think he was an Olympic medalist from Canada.
Yeah.
I'm talking about in the 70s, and I have a feeling he was on a thoroughbred then, because the North Americans, like us, didn't have a breeding industry, so they adapted thoroughbreds to the job. And I just have in my mind a photograph of Jim Elder looking as stylish as hell on the most beautiful big thoroughbred.
Anyway, he doesn't ring a bell, but there is a horse, and that's the story at the barn that I actually stabled 2 of my horses at. They had a horse off the track, a racehorse off the track, and he actually came as the free horse to another horse, and he came off the horse trailer, sort of not sound, and went on, given some time off, and the horse named Branch County, and actually took part in the Canadian team for the Olympics.
You see, that's the magic of horses. They can be expensive and useless, and they can be cheap and brilliant, and everything in between, and all the combinations. Billy, you were a Johannesburg man, if I recall.
No, Pretoria.
Pretoria, okay.
Yeah.
I went
pretty much one city these days.
And with whom did you ride?
I rode with Sue van der Merwe.
Okay.
While I was there.
Okay.
Yeah. But before that, I was in White River, so was in the Lowveld.
Okay.
Transvaal Lowveld at the time, as it was called. My first pony I got from Ida Illingworth at the Forsyth
Wow.
Stud. Yeah, that's how long back it goes, yeah.
And then in juniors, what did you ride?
In juniors, I rode a horse called Quick Beat, and he did everything at the time.
Quick Beat.
Jumping,
Yes.
3-day eventing at the time with the Cliffords.
Yes.
Even Gail Foxcroft at the time was doing a lot of eventing at the time.
A lot?
Yeah.
I mean, she got her national colours
Colours in
later
that,
for
exactly.
eventing.
And then after that, just before I left for Canada, I was riding a horse called Proud Defender.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, what was jumping the 3-6 with him.
So we're not long away from class number 2. I'm going to say thank you, Billy, for coming to judge and for talking to
Thanks,
us.
nice chatting to you.
And with a bit of luck, we get to speak to you again later in the
Good.
day.
Sounds
good
good.
catching up.
Thank you. Take care.
The 2019 Young Horse Performance Series Final at Staines City Equestrian Centre. Proudly supported by the following sponsors.
Third judge, Ian van Skalkwyk, and he's definitely local is lekker. Ian, you're having the time of your life at the moment. You're having some of the nicest rides you've ever had.
Yeah, I must say the last sort of this season and towards the end of last season have been great. Things have sort of been going our way a bit. So yeah, I've been having a good
The older
time.
you get, the better you get.
Seems to be now when you start panicking, you're running out of time. Now things start to be coming together.
It's bittersweet.
Yeah.
And Ian, you're judging, and you've been involved with breeding through the Berries and through your London Lane base.
Yeah.
Talk about what you look for in the jumpers and what you're doing here, please.
Oh, okay, so basically, yeah, here to judge all these lovely young horses. I think the most important thing for me is to judge the horse's character, temperament. That's the most important thing to me. It's work ethic, rideability, above anything else. That the horse is sort of workmanlike and not too tricky. And I know some of the good ones can be tricky, but
Yes.
yeah, I prefer them a little more rideable and easygoing. And then obviously technique, scope, carefulness, all those
Yes.
sort of things.
Yes. And what it does over a fence, what are you looking for?
Needs to, I'm not always very impressed if they go too high,
Yes.
that they give the fence enough air, but that their knees are up. Don't always need to be super sharp with the lower part of their limb at a young age, but as long as their knees are level and parallel to the ground, they loose through their backs and
Yes.
open behind,
Yes.
then I think you're on a good track.
Now, you started on thoroughbreds.
I started on thoroughbreds for sure.
Yes. And now?
And now we're all on warm bloods and we wonder where all the good thoroughbreds have gone.
And you're on a horse that I think could jump the sky, and it's by Capriccio. Tell us a little bit about him.
Well, actually, are you talking about Don Costello?
Yes.
He's by
Oh,
Don Camarco.
I make this mistake every time.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He's by Don Camarco out of an Ulio gratuity mare. If you'll remember, a mare that won the South African Junior Champs with Wendy Le Reserve called Minaroo. That is the grand dam of Don Costello.
Unbelievable how blood comes through
Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah.
That's remarkable.
So he's enormous. At sometimes
Yes,
I think
Minaroo wasn't big.
Minaroo wasn't big at all, but I think the size obviously comes from Ulio, as Don Camarco is not very big either.
Yes. No.
But yeah, Don Costello is enormous, but he's sensitive and Yeah, he's a quirky character.
And then not a lot of Don Camarcos.
No.
They had issues with his semen, I think.
Yes, as far as I know. And it's weird because there's some of them that are absolutely enormous and others that are really little, like him.
Fascinating how breeding can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you bought him from Capital?
I bought him from Capital. He'd been backed. He was probably under saddle for about a week when we bought him as a 4-year-old. He's now 12, so yeah.
He must have been a slow production job.
He
being
was
that
a
big.
slow production job,
Yeah.
yeah. At one point I thought, oh, have I made a mistake? But always could jump big fences easily. Not, you know, he's not a classical horse with a classical
Yes.
jump. And like I say, temperament a bit tricky, especially as a young horse. He's much better now, but with other horses in the warm-up and horses
Yes.
coming towards him, he wanted to lie down and he got nervous and things like that. But
Yes.
it's now coming together.
Now, Ian's a very competitive show jumper, and he's a competitive dressage rider, and he's a coach, and he runs a yard. He's got a lot of irons in the fire.
Yeah, sometimes you wish there were more hours in the day to get everything done, but yeah, we manage. Keeps
Yes.
us on our toes.
Keep out of trouble, I
It
think.
keeps us out of trouble. Yeah, the dressage is a new thing. Sort of happened by mistake, really. Bought a horse off the Callow auction, Callow Ludanos. We had a really nice jump, really nice type of horse. Jumped up to the meter 35s, but used to get quite nervous in the ring, and he could have one down here and there, and I think more out of nerves than anything else.
Yes.
And the idea was to maybe go and do 1 or 2 little prelim shows just to distract him from the jumping
Yes.
and do something different. And that was 3 years ago. He's now well in advanced and he's never seen a jump again. So it's
Quite
become a challenge now to see how far we can go.
Quite a journey. It's
Yeah,
fascinating to
I
be at a
know.
high level in both disciplines.
I think for my riding, it's done me the world of good to teach me to be calmer, more disciplined, more patient. Yeah, it's definitely been a good journey.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's been fascinating to watch.
Yeah.
Ian, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Enjoy the judging.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Rogan.
You've seen a list of the sponsors, and big thank you to them. And now we have a quick look at the lineup. A South African champion is Catherine Neal, and she brings in Callao Sigmund. This is a Sampras Lissabon. Then you see Zer Ice Al Capriccio by Zer Ice Anatolia, locally bred stallion there, out of a Capriccio mare. That's going to be ridden by Megan Wright. The hooter has sounded to clear the arena. And in just a moment, the riders will be taking their lives in their hands to bring in these exciting young horses. Third is Daytona. When you see the letters SAW, South African Warm Blood, and James Lowe will be riding Daytona. Callao Lady Inverness comes in at 4. That's Michaela Domain. It's bred by the Callao Stud, and it's a Lissabon. And they are good looking. We'll point that out as we go on. 5 is a son of Zer Ice Connoisseurs a Consuelo, connected to that story we were talking about earlier, out of a thoroughbred mare by Mistral Dancer. And Erica Harding is the owner rider. Then we've got Zer Ice Attendro, and then a thoroughbred. No, Downton Abbey, a Dutch bred horse. Joniati Borneo. We've got a range of horses from all over the Northern Hemisphere and all over South Africa and even Namibia. So number 1 is in. A salute. And in fact, it's not Catherine Neal, it's Catherine's husband, Sean. This horse owned by Delmont Mining and Civils. And it's Callao Sigmund. Callao Sigmund is a Sampras out of a Lissabon mare. Sean and Catherine match and swap. They ride each other's horses. They ride the horse that is suited to them. And the Neals have a large estate south of Johannesburg where they keep their string of show jumpers. They dabble in breeding and they prepare their competition. And there you see a young horse doing what young horses can do. He has a spook at jump number 2. it's got the white stepladder or the white palisade in it, and the horse goes, I'm not going near it. So Sean adjusts the saddle straighter. He obviously felt the saddle went to one side, and he's going to very quietly approach fence 2. A very strong man is Sean, and he's pressing the horse now. He's making up for what the horse lacks in courage, or the horse being slightly defensive, with a lot of power to give the horse confidence. Now, as the horse goes round, you'll watch the horse settle, calm down. It's a very handsome chestnut. It stands over ground. It's got a powerful engine. The sire is going to be the much in demand Sampras. Sampras was a Ziege Hengst imported by Callao. And from the pressure, he makes a little mistake at the Nova Zonestral vertical. But you see the horse's ears now looking forward. He'll jump number 9 easily. Swings round now to the jump in front of the viewing post. Quite attractive Callao Oxer. And that concludes his round. And Sean will not be disappointed with that. And we'll watch during the course of this competition what fence 2 does to the horses. Very often, countries breed their own stallions. They combine the best lines they can and breed their own stallion. And this will be an example of a Namibian bred. It's Zereis Al Capriccio. This is by Anatolia. Zereis Anatolia. And the A stands for the A line on the Zereis stud. I think it goes back to Agram. This is out of a Capriccio mare. Capriccio was a direct son of Cor de la Brea that stood at the capital stud. In the saddle, Megan Wright. And just to go back to Sean's round, the hesitation at fence 2 is a deduction of 4 penalties, and he might go into time faults. You see this horse have a good spook at number 2 but jumps it. So he's a little further along, he's a little more relaxed. This horse is jumping in very attractive style. Brings his knees up, puts his head down, is quite relaxed with his hindquarters, meaning brings the hindquarter up and opens his back legs out over the fence. The rider puts him deep there, but he gets out of the way. This is a very nice horse. Now the judges will have noticed the horse's reactions at fence 2, and they'll factor that in during the judging of this class. And one imagines that these won't be the only horses that register fence 2 quite so strongly. So she'll get a clear score for show jumping, and the judges will add their judgment of the horse's style, rideability, aptitude, scope, technique to derive a score. And we'll bring you the scores later. Richard Boyer is on the mic. You can presumably hear him a little in the background. Richard's very involved with the Young Horse Series, and his wife is the show jumping judge who applies the actual show jumping rules. So the horses have to fulfill their show jumping requirements, i.e. jump a clear round, and they have to show style. And from the look of this horse, So you're watching Natalie Robertson riding her young horse. And this is number 3. This is Daytona by Drosan. On the program it has James Lowe in the saddle, but this is definitely Natalie Robertson. And Drosan is a Hanoverian imported stallion. And Drosan, this horse Daytona, is out of the mare Davenport Barcelona. Bred at the Davenport stud in the Eastern Cape, Barcelona was a son of Bahadur. Big, strong horse with a workmanlike head and a very nice style. You'd be forgiven for thinking that could have been a Consuelo, because that's quite what the Consuelos look like. We go to number 4. Now we're watching Callahoo Lady Inverness. In the saddle, Michaela Demain. She is the owner. This horse was acquired from the Callahoo stud and is by Lissabon out of a contender mare. So it's Oldenburg lines meeting Holsteiner lines. What are those names? Those refer to the provinces in Germany, and each province has its own breeding union or breeding Verband, and each Verband has slightly different guidelines or rules or standards, but all of them are trying to breed top competition horses. So we're not looking at Lady Inverness. We go on to the grey, number 5, Consalegro. So it's very relaxed, and we'll work out who we're watching. Oh, this is Jules Chavat, and he's on number 7, Downton Abbey. Downton Abbey's by Duracell, a Dutch horse. Out of a mare by Arpeggio, that's Westphalian breeding. Jules was born in France, now based in Johannesburg. He works in the equestrian industry, selling equestrian equipment. The horse is owned by Emilio Agliati. And Jules circling, not feeling ready for that fence. Jules is a cousin or nephew of the famous French Olympic rider Hubert Baudy. So the horse will be marked down -4 for that hesitation where he reorganized his round. Wonderful, thank you. In fact, we're going to change the name. We've got a program adjustment. That was Jules Chavat riding Courtney Soule's horse CLS Lady Calm. Overseas blood. They wouldn't be known for their looks, but they're prized for their jumping ability. And you see the horses fumbling and hesitating, and the riders have to brazen it out. And second half of the course going a little better than the first half for most of the horses as they settle down to the job and do. This horse with a lovely expression, tiny but mouthy. That would go with the Nabab Derev pedigree. Mouthy means when the rider takes a contact, the horse their head and neck. You could say gently arguing with the pressure on the mouth or the controls. And that horse from Zimbabwe. We're coming to the end of the 4-year-olds. This horse owned by Lindy Brains. Very hard put upon mother of Tegan and Kyla Brains. And they're riding number 15, Cameo. Cameo is the first direct Consuelo you've seen. This is out of a For Pleasure mare. She's a Hanoverian dam. And isn't this smart? So the dam of this horse was imported by probably the best horse in the world in its time, For Pleasure. So successful for Germany. For Pleasure, a Furioso Granus. And this is what you want a rider to be doing, giving the horse a calm, smooth ride. Of course, it's only possible if the horse goes calmly and smoothly, but Tegan definitely doing an ideal job. Watch the horse's shape over the fence. Knees go up, head and neck goes down, and the horse opens behind, and it looks easy, as it should. So this horse would have been bred in Kyalami. Often the people who breed these horses in Johannesburg send them away to ranch at stud farms like Rathmore, who take beautiful care of the horses, grow them out, and then return them to Johannesburg when they're ready to be worked and produced. Cameo, the Consuelo. And Tegan delighted with that. So that concludes the first round of the 4-year-olds. All horses go through to the second round, or the 4-year-olds only jump one round. Quite right. Respecting how tired the horses get and the stress for the young horses, these 4-year-olds are asked to jump but one round. So these horses are judged for their potential. That is to say, how far the judges will think they go and how good the horses are. And they jump the one round and they receive scores for what the judges' opinions of their potential is. So the clear rounds will receive 40, as you can see, and then the time is on the right hand side, and basically the winner is going to be, over this 90 centimeter track, the horse that the judges deem to have the most potential. Joining us now is Mr. Steve Atkinson, and he's from the CMH Motor Group. And I think whenever there is a shortage of money, Stephen gets a phone call and the CMH Motor Group coughs up. Would that be about right, Steve?
Well, look, we try and support the sport.
Yes.
I've been involved for a long time, and that's nice to be able to give something back. We support, in small places, small pieces all over the place. And I must say the equestrian fraternity do support us in return. So I guess it's a great partnership.
So nice to hear that.
Yes.
Stephen, you grew up in Natal, show jumped thoroughbreds back in the day.
Yes, that's correct. I've always show jumped sort of on more of an amateur level.
Yes.
Produced a lot of young thoroughbreds back in the day.
Yes.
Moved on to warm bloods when they became more fashionable.
Yes.
And I'm what you would probably call a sort of hobby breeder.
And Stephen, I'm going to tell you, you are passionate about pedigree.
Yes, look, I think that the pedigree is very important. The genetics definitely play a very important role. I try and have something that's either one of the top 10 or something that's very closely related to the top 10, and they certainly stand out.
Now, you shop everywhere. You've shopped in Namibia. for horses?
Yes, that's correct. I've shopped in Namibia because the Namibian farmers back in the day had access to international pedigrees
So they
and,
did, yes.
and blood, and I thought that it would be a bit of a fast start in terms of getting some of the international blood into
Yes.
the ring in South Africa.
Now you live nearby.
Yes, I live down the road from this beautiful Steyn City.
It is smart, isn't
yes,
it?
no, it's an amazing venue. I was speaking to Lynn Rowand earlier, and she said there's like it's an amphitheater atmosphere.
Yes.
She's quite correct, and in fact you could host virtually any type of event in this setting. So it is an amazing
Smartly.
setting. Very smart.
Yes.
Very upmarket, and it's.
You dabble with breeding yourself.
Yes, I breed on a very small scale, 1 or 2 foals every year. And
That's what you tell your wife.
that's what I tell my wife. Yes, now I try and breed the best to the
Yes.
best, and at the end of the day, you hope for the best as well, you know.
And I hope you're putting young people on your horses, Stephen.
I'm no longer riding the youngsters. At the moment, I have a young girl from the UK
Yes.
who's doing an amazing
Okay.
job.
Yeah.
And she's riding all my young horses for me.
Wow, wonderful. Listen, thank you to the CMH group, and thank you to Stephen Atkinson, because I know you get tapped a lot for sponsorship. We really appreciate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks, Rogan.
We have the results of that 4-year-old competition. And very exciting to announce that in 5th place was number 10, Keto D, the Quileto Ubagaba, shown and produced by Kyla Brains for the Delmon stud. In at number 4 was Diwali Dawn. That was Ariana Castle for Charlie Crockart. That's the Zimbabwean and Zambian connection. And this was a Capital Don Cristo out of a Brannick Hightower mare. In at 3rd was number 6, Onduno Walfaction. So this really is pretty cosmopolitan. Onduno Walfaction is a Namibian warm blood out of a Rubino mare. And this was from the Onduno stud, owned and presented beautifully by Kyla Brimacombe. Second, going to that Holsteiner at the end, Cameo, the Consuelo out of a For Pleasure mare. That really is a ritzy pedigree. And that was shown and produced by Tegan Brains for Lindy Brains. But the winner, and so deserving to a lady who with her husband is so generous to the sport, Callagho Odin. It's Natalie Robertson, and she's riding a Callagho stud produced horse, and this is a Consuelo again. So Consuelo's first and second. This is out of a Stolzenberg mare. Once again, an absolutely beautiful pedigree. Smiling Natalie Robertson. She's the mother of a bouncing little boy, and she's in tip-top shape. Tall, elegant lady, and she rides at all levels, from opens down to young horse production. Judges for this event: Ian van Skalkwyk, Tony Lewis, and Billy Wiltshire. Then the lady who handled the show jumping discipline side with Judith Boyer. Tony Lewis congratulating Natalie Robertson. Big thank you to Tony Lewis, Ian van Skalkwyk, and Billy Wiltshire, all the way from Canada, for judging this competition. Second going to another Consuelo. Consuelo now deceased. I think it's possible still to acquire his semen. There would be stocks of semen available, maybe. Those will be dwindling. He's a very in-demand stallion, rightly so. Third going to Kyla Brimacombe. She was riding Onduno Walfaction. From the Onduno stud, just outside of Windhoek in Namibia. And Satisfaction is the sire here, Hanoverian Stun. No doubt by Staccato. And that horse is out of a Rubino mare, Calypso Ramiro. Fourth going to Diwali Dawn, and the hard-working and versatile Ariana Castle for Charlie Crockart. Zambian rider riding a Zimbabwean bred here in Johannesburg. It is a scorching spring day in Johannesburg. Not a breath of wind, a blazing sun. And this is all taking place at Staines City, at the Equestrian Centre in Staines City. And finally at fifth, Kyla Brains, the older sister of second place Tegan. Kyla rides for the Delmont stud, and she rides Quito D, who's a Coletto, the Sal Francais stallion that the Niels own, out of an Ubergabe mare. Ubergabe boasting Holsteiner and Hanoverian bloodlines. Corofino Maybloemer. Cindy and Eric and Johan Lotter preparing the course for the 5-year-olds. Natalie Robertson acquired that horse at the Callahoo Stud at last year's auction. He was definitely one of the hotties of the auction. I think he was in the upper regions of price. Callahoo release 40, more or less 40 horses to the sport horse market every year at their auction in Christiana, which takes place at the start of winter. Just a lovely horse with a great canter action. Big, plain, workmanlike head. That would actually be a typical Consuelo. He himself was grey and much of his progeny are grey. So there were the results. Fifth going to Quito D, locally bred, ridden by Kyla Brains for the Delmont stud. Fourth going to Diwali Dawn, Zimbabwean bred. For Charlie Crockart was riding Ariana Castle. Third going to Onduno Olfaction from the Onduno stud, owned and shown by Kyla Brimacombe. Second going to one of the two Consuelos, Tegan Brains for Lindy Brains, Cameo by Consuelo. And the winner was a Consuelo Callahoo Odin for Natalie Robertson, riding the Callahoo stud bred horse, Callahoo Odin. Now we go to class 3, the 5-year-olds. The course is being prepared. There will be a course walk, and the jumping of the 5-year-olds will start, and it gets a little more sophisticated. These horses more experienced, more established, and the jumps go up. They'll be jumping a 1-meter track. So stand by for that. The broadcast will start again at the beginning of that class.
The 2019 Young Horse Performance Series Final at Staines City Equestrian Centre. Proudly supported by the following sponsors.
We're ready to go with the first in the 5-year-olds. Big thank you again to our sponsors. And we have 34 exciting young talents to watch in this 5-year-old class. They kick off with no one better than Nicholas Syme Riley on a horse that she and Kay Schofield bred themselves by her stallion, Connoisseur, out of a Quasimodo mare. James Lowe's got something very exciting. Michaela Demain has a lovely Callahoo horse in the mix. Jules Savat, the French rider, showing us Downton Abbey. Musa Mululeke with Gondor Cleopatra Z. Stuart Hofmeyer has an Eldo, incredibly exciting young horse. The riding star Chris van der Merwe with Capital's New Star. Catherine Neal, the South African champion, brings in Zer Ice and Toulour. Shayton Hendricks, Claire Martin, Nicola again. What a wonderful group of people we have here. Charlie Crockett from Zim. Lara Neal, top rider. Steve Atkinson, the sponsor, brings in one of his young talents. Lauren Pretorius, who's jumping so well in the open class with her stallion. James Lowe with his Sampras. And we're watching. This is number 1, Concaro. It's by Connoisseur, the Namibian son of Consuelo, out of a Quasimodo mare. That's the Belgian stallion. Kay Schofield owned the dam, and this is Nicholas Syme Riley for Kay Schofield. If you know Connoisseur, there's a look of Connoisseur about this. Connoisseur is out of a Seducer mare. Seducer goes to Ati Purse all the way back to Noble Chieftain. Really remarkable South African pedigree there. Plain Bay, very workmanlike. And it'll be interesting to see what the judges are liking. Your judges for this event: Tony Lewis, Ian van Skalkwyk, and Billy Wiltshire. Nicola makes jumping so easy for horses. The two big studs in South Africa are Callagher and Capital. This is a Callagher stud bred progeny. Callagher Conchetta. Callagher Conchetta is by Concariano out of a Clinton mare. Gareth Neal in the saddle. And what an exciting looking horse. Very prejudiced towards the progeny of Concariano. And Gareth, a South African champion, a World Cup winner. He and his wife Lara live south of Johannesburg on their family farm. Parents of 2 children, a son and a daughter, and both Gareth and Lara capable of winning the biggest and best competitions. And when they're not working in their businesses, they're on horses or traveling and looking after their children. They have a very full and very busy life. This horse doing everything correctly. Canters in rhythm, stays regular and consistent, jumps with a good style. Calm, attentive, listening. That would be an ideal sport horse. One is expecting high scores there. Drossan is the sire of this horse, a son of Don Carlos, an imported Hanoverian stallion, out of the mare Davenport Barcelona. This is another locally bred horse. In the saddle is chiropractor James Lowe. And touching the entry to that double down, the front of the oxer going down, that's 4 points deducted, 4 penalties. All horses go through to the second round, and Daytona not looking 100% adjustable there, possibly green, and then correcting that with a beautiful stylish jump over that oxer, but that'll be expensive for James, and presumably the judges will be taking marks off. Horse front of that double. Now here's a real typical Lissabon. Attractive markings, dark color. Often the Lissabons have white on their faces, like Lissabon himself did. In the saddle is Michaela Domain. This horse from the Callahose stud by Lissabon out of a Contender mare. And Contender, very, very smart stallion in the top 10s in the world rankings. And Lissabons have definitely got blood, meaning they're energetic, ideal for a girl, so fairly easy to ride in that they are light and responsive, but they would want a delicate, sympathetic hand. And of course this is a mare, so there'll be a little bit more blood and a little bit more sensitivity than if she was a gelding. Lovely distance to that oxa. We're in Steyn City, the residential estate northwest of Johannesburg, and it is a remarkable estate. Wonderful trees. Johannesburg experiencing an incredibly hot day. Slight breeze, but the temperatures are high. This is a fiber arena. It's looked after by Johan Lotter. Michaela will be pleased with that. So now you're looking at Consalegro, number 5. This is by Zer Ice Connoisseur, once again the son of Consuelo, out of a thoroughbred mare by Mistral Dancer. And this is ridden by Erica Harding. And Erica relaxes her hands and the horse ducks out at that fence. That vertical with the trellis underneath has caused trouble throughout the morning thus far. The horses find it very spooky, and it's got to be about the interplay of light. Let's see if the horse recovers, pricks its ears and jumps it. A more technical question, the 5 strides to the Alzu double. One can't say the word Alzu without thinking of Gerry de Toy's enormous contribution to the genetic pool of these sport horses. He really imported horses on a big scale, brought in stallions, collected some of the best mares available, and contributed massively to the sport horse breeding scene in Southern Africa. The horse is also having a look at that Martin Collins double down there. Rail going down, so -4. The winners will be those, definitely those who jump all clears out of a field this big. Now we're looking at Zer Ice Attendro. Zer Ice Attendro is by Contendro, that's imported semen, out of a Chicoletto Z mare. Chicoletto stands at the Capital Stud and is one of the stallions that's highly sought after. The Capital Stud, just a few weeks away from their big annual auction. That'll be popularly supported. This is presented by Ansame Pizza for Johan Lotter. The Zer Ice Stud is just outside of the airport, which is outside of Windhoek. And this horse showing a very nice jump. Zer Ice Attendro. This horse jumping stylishly. very much a Holsteiner, from the colour to the canter. Anseme doing a super job for Johan Lotter. The sehr high stud entry, sehr ice Attendro. Clear round. Very useful looking horse. Now Downton Abbey by Duracell. The KWPN, that is the Dutch stud book, Dutch stallion, out of an Arpeggio mare, Arpeggio Westphalian registered stallion. The owner, Emilio Agliati. In the saddle, French rider Jules Chavat. Jules, a fiery, effective rider. He runs a business importing horse boxes, top-of-the-range stirrup irons, based in the Kyalami area, his business, and very keen rider and competitor. And this horse is flashy behind. It's going to be interesting to see how the judges like its style. Fiery, tall chestnut. And a rail going down there. A little bit expensive. 4 penalties. And jumps the last fence cleanly. Downton Abbey. Next is Zonyati Borneo. This stud used to be called Ocho Zonyati, but they've dropped the Ocho. I think a little bit hard for people to remember and pronounce. And this is by Bonaventura out of a Drosselklang mare. Drosselklang stood in Namibia at the Davidsaab stud and would be a very solid dam line, that Hanoverian dam line. Drosselklang was this color. This is Kirsty Brimacombe for the Zonyati stud, and she's riding Zonyati Borneo. When the horse gets to the fence, it makes an attractive shape, puts its head down, rounds over the jump. Kirsty, a super rider, successful in the open classes in South Africa. Now we go to Kelly O'Connor. She's riding for the Capital stud, Capital Clifton. This is a Conlank out of a Katoki mare. Conlank is Contender Lancer, and of course Katoki needs no introduction, having been in the top 10 stallions multiple times, top 10 jumping sires in the world multiple times, and he's the sire of Lisa Williams's remarkable Campbell. You can tell how important these young horse classes are with how many of our top South African riders participate and attend. This is hard work, riding young horses and producing young horses, and it's risky work. The young horses are unpredictable, and can be many a slip twixt the cup and the lip with young horses. Beautiful jump over that oxer. The horse warming to the job. That double away from the gate, pretty tricky. You see the horse slow down, leaving the gate of the arena, and then puts 2 strides in that double. That's something of a question. Superbly ridden by Kelly O'Connor. Capital Clifton. The Gondor stud is situated in Nigel. From the family that were involved with Brickor and the brickfields out there, have produced some lovely horses. Michelle Knott is the owner. Musa Maluleke, the rider for Gondor stud. Saying earlier that Musa is Nicola's right-hand man. He features at all these shows around South Africa, and the horse really not liking number 3. So that number 3 is one of the bogey fences on the track. Gondor Cleopatra by Captain Solano, who was imported into South Africa by the Berg family and stood here out of a My Emerald mare. So My Emerald, a thoroughbred. And this horse looks a little like My Emerald. Certainly the thoroughbred blood having leavened the heaviness of Captain Solano. Once again, that test, that double away from the gate, quite a test for young horses. So that's an elimination. But Musa will be back to fight another day. Now we go to number 11. It is Stuart Hoffmare. Stuart Hoffmare, this horse was bred by the Moorcroft stud. It is Elvis M53. It is by Eldo, the Dutch imported stallion of Ashley Hausberger, Ashley Healy, out of a Badgerland mare. Badgerland, well-known thoroughbred stallion in this country. Stuart is an engineering graduate at Pretoria University, now in his master's years, based in Beaulieu. Stuart acquired this horse down in George over a year ago. And this horse showing wonderful aptitude. Pricks his ears. Let's see what he does at this spooky jump. You'd want to ride this very carefully. So far, so good. All these horses develop at different rates and stages. And Elvis, a big horse, he'd be only coming into his own now as a 5-year-old. Now the test of a double away from home. You want to keep the horses very connected to the bit. But reliable Elvis showing no problem with that. The judges are looking to see that the horses stay united in the canter, can be ridden rhythmically. Well, Stuart will be very thrilled with that clear round. Leona van der Merwe is in next. No, it's not. It's Chris himself. It's the husband of Leona van der Merwe, Chris van der Merwe, riding Leona van der Merwe's horse. This is an import. Capital's New Star. This is by Numero Uno, the celebrated Numero Uno, sire of the gold medalist winner at the London Olympics, Nino de Boissonnet. And this is out of a Cassini mare. This was sold at a capital auction not too long ago. Oh my word, look at that. Chris is a small man, wiry and strong. He and Leona are the proud parents of a baby daughter, Leonie, based north of Polokwane at a massive riding establishment there, Blouberg Raceskool. Wowie. Now this is exciting. Still very green, jumps high, hangs its legs, but it just shows every quality you'd want. And Chris doing the most beautiful job, showing the horse off to its best. Chris and Leona make an amazing effort. They live in Blouberg, an hour north of Polokwane, and travel down weekend after weekend to compete in all levels. Young horse levels like this, right up to top Grand Prix. And of course, the entire riding fraternity will be aware that Capital is having its big auction on the 16th of November on the Capital Stud Farm, which is right next to the Hartbeespoort Dam. It's a spectacular venue. Now we're looking at Zereis and Tellure. This is the first progeny of Delacour. Delacour is imported by the Capital Stud and then sent to the Zereis stud. It's from the Zereis stud. It's owned by Lauren Coltman. And on the program was Catherine Neal, but this certainly isn't Catherine. Oh, it's Shaitan Hendricks. Zereis Antellure is by Delacour, and Delacour is a grey, similar looking to this. Very exciting stallion that goes back to Heartbreaker. Shaitan, a professional show jumper and trainer based in the Kalami area. Big string of horses, backed by Biogen, and a real professional. Touching that rail, young horse Mistake. Very nice looking horse. Flashy jump, very rideable. That rail going down might have been Shaitan applying a tad more pressure than was ideal. Now Shaitan circling. Turn away from the gate to the double, definitely a question, and Shaitan not wanting to go there unless he felt fully ready. Little cluck and off they go. This by Delacour out of an Ulio mare, the stallion known as Ulia van Hetwetenshof, who originally stood at Capital Stud. One handsome grey to another. This is Callahoo Libertine Love, starting now. Very hard-working Claire Martin, successful show jumper, event rider, dressage rider. And Claire is riding Martini Kalida, Martini being their stable name, and this is by Casperon, the horse that was third in 2 weeks ago the South African show jumping derby, out of a Granulite mare. So there's grey parentage on both sides. Granulite was one of the early stallions, a son of Grounus who stood at Callahoo. And to link Casperon, he's out of a Katoki mare. Holstein meets Hanover in this mating. Big, scopy horse with a lovely expression and a massive canter. Claire's not a very tall lady, but she's a very powerful rider. Powerful riding from Claire. She gets Martini Kalida home safely. That was owned by the Martini stud. Nicola Simridy, who's always buying and producing horses for her large string. This horse owned by Sunny Park Stables. It's for the Gondor stud again. And it's Gondor Portobello K. This is by Parco. The Gondor stud used that Darko blood a lot through the son Parco. Out of a Euron M mare. That's a Dutch bred mare. So all of these lines that you're watching, very much top European lines mixed with some of our better South African blood. This horse not quite finishing its jump behind. More than likely that's something that will improve over time. It'll open up and use itself behind as the fences get bigger. Also, the riders need to hold the front end and support it to give the horses confidence. Now we go with number 17, Beau Bendigo. This is by Beauveneur. This is out of a Carrick mare. In the saddle, Nicola Landau for Jane Landau. This is bred here in South Africa at the Landau's farm in Franschhoek. Nicola, now a businesswoman working up here. Beauveneur was the Selle Francais imported stallion at the Fran Laren stud, and he bred nice horse after nice horse after good horse after nice horse. He's now deceased. And look at this guy. Pricks his ears. He's settling and getting on with the job. Nicola relaxing into a rhythm too. This is a big test of the horses, all the horses' aptitudes at turn away from the gate to a double. No problem to Beau Bendigo. Getting a little deep to number 9. But Nicola will be very pleased with that round. Carrick, the son of Voltaire that was imported by the Alzu stud, out of Lady Nijinsky, out of a Ibrahim mare. Carrick beautifully bred and possibly a little underused. So that's Belgian mare line meets Selle Francais stallion line here in South Africa. Just proving the international flavor of our sport horse breeding industry. So good. Maxine Coutinho now. She brings in for Sunny Park Stables and Nicola Simridy, Sunny Park Legolas. This is by Fran Laren Louis. Louis would be a son of Larry de la Brele Step. Out of a Drosselklang mare. Drosselklang, the Hanoverian stallion that stood at Davidshaab in Namibia. And this looks feisty and rideable. Rather nice. A fairly plain bay, but he's all about business. Look at that. Gets out of a deep situation. Looking like Drosselklang on the dam side is very, very useful blood to have. Strong finish for Sunny Park, the very useful Sunny Park Legolas. Now it's Capital Hampton by the grey imported Belgian warm-blood stallion Hitoshi out of an Optimum Thunder Wellington mare. That should make this quite a peppery mating. Charlie Crockett's in the saddle for the Capital Stud, and this is a South African sport horse. An attractive jump over number 2. This looks electric, and the electricity would definitely come in part from Optimum Thunder Wellington. Big spook at that. The horses turn the corner and their hearts just give up on them. And it's really not a serious reaction at all. Over time, that will improve. Charlie hails from Zimbabwe, but to pursue her equestrian interests has moved down to Sun Valley, built a really smart equestrian center there, and now teaches, operates, deals, buys and sells, all the things that it requires to survive in this equestrian industry at her smart yard in Sun Valley. Top-level rider, very successful competition rider, and a very effective coach, Charlie Crockett. And the horse finishes very pleasantly. Hitoshi himself a winner of multiple Grand Prix with the extraordinary talent of Nicole Horwood. Now if you want to see a lady who shows how to ride and how it's done, not only is she attractive, but she's an attractive rider. It's Lara Neal. She's on the imported horse for the Callahose stud, Callahose Equinox de Chalus. Equinox de Chalus is an imported stallion, now standing at the Callahose stud, and Callahose sensibly testing the horse in the competition arena. Callahose Equinox de Chalus by numero uno, out of a Vigo d'Oissuy mare, Belgian imported mare, and just look at him doing everything he should. And that's Stallions. A stallion's defense mechanism and self-protection is far higher than a gelding's and even a mare's. Now she'll calmly represent him. Perfect, Lara. That's 8 penalties, but really not serious for a young horse. He's possessed of a super canter, balance. And you see how lightly he gets into the air, opens up behind. Isn't he a good-looking horse? And here's the debt that the South African sport owes people such as Gerry du Toit, Ian Callender Easby, Henning Pretorius, and everybody else who's put their hands in their pockets to buy these wonderful, talented horses. Lara's missed a jump. She may have intended to balance the horse, but you'll probably find she's so focused on her ride that she forgot where number 9 was. But all of this is the mileage that builds a champion. And he jumps it easily as he should. That was Callahow's Equinox de Chalus. The Credo stud, businesswoman Tracy Davids. Tracy has won everything in children and juniors, and now a highly competitive rider in the adult ranks in South Africa, based in Pretoria, on her South African sport horse, Credo Synergy. And this is a direct Stolzenberg, the celebrated Hanoverian stallion, out of an Attila mare. There's a name we haven't heard for a while, Attila. It was brought to the Hakahana stud by Tosca Foster, one of the pioneers in warm blood breeding back in the day, the Hakahana stud just on the shores of the Hartbeespoort Dam. Credo Synergy. Tracy doing her usual efficient, competent job, making life very easy for the horses. That was Credo Synergy. Now we have Swazi Lizcar Limited Edition, a Neder Toy for Thea Steenkamp. This is bred by Swazi Lizcar Griffin, and as you can imagine, the Swazi Lizcar stud is situated just outside of Mbaban in that beautiful Ezawini Valley. Kate Tayman had Lagos, a son of Lindenberg, and Lagos made wonderful horses, rideable, with very good aptitude, very willing. Swazi Lizcar Griffin is new to us. We don't know much about him, but out of a Lagos mare is a good recommendation just by itself. So we've seen Namibia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, now Swaziland, all represented here by either horses or riders. Very, very hot day here at Steyn City. So maybe number 1 concerning that rider. She presents it to the horse and not liking those Callaho planks. Well, that's young horses for you. It could be the flowers, boxes on the side, the trees, the panel. Finally gets over it, but a deal too late. Is that the rider? Owner. Rider stud owner. Okay. Thea Steenkamp for a Neder Toy. Yes. Now we go to Natsuba. This is Emma Mayer Natsuba. And Natsuba is a thoroughbred by the celebrated Admar Main, an actual son of the American-bred Japanese standing Sunday Silence. This is out of a Harry Hotspur mare, Emma Mayer. And let's enjoy this rather lovely South African thoroughbred.
Anybody's listening and interested in the rugby scores, I've got them here. England, Wallet.
Anybody breeding warm bloods
40 points
to thoroughbreds would do well to think of using Admar Main if he's still alive. Pretty sure he's going to make show jumpers. Sunday Silence is famous for having neither northern dancer nor native dancer in his pedigree. Skipping around as a good thoroughbred should.
Next up, we've got CMH, Isaria, Stephen Atkinson. He owns this horse, the Namibian Warmblood. Bred, of course, by the Zayar Stud in Namibia, by Commissario, and a variant out of a cattle.
Now we go with Stephen Atkinson. Well, Stephen is nothing if not passionate about this game. He loves it, he understands it, he has a deep knowledge, and here he is with Combined Motor Holdings Zea Isaria. From the Zea Stud by Commissario, Hanoverian stallion, out of a mare by Capital Ulrich. Ulrich is son of Olia van Hitwetenshof. Ulrich wound up standing in Namibia and made very, very nice horses.
Capital Cashmere standing by. Lauren Pretorius across the way.
A little deep to the panel. The horse rolls it off. A very normal young horse error, and the kind of thing that in a short amount of time the horse learns to correct and improve. Once again, the double away from the gate looking very hard work. And Stephen will be thrilled with the progress of that horse here in the young horse finals. Capital Cashmere. Here is a Colnado out of a Belmondo mare. Owned and ridden by Lauren Pretorius, this horse from the Capital Stud. Colnado was sold back to the Northern Hemisphere for big amounts of money, into the $1 million, dollars that is, and not only that, he wound up with Jennifer Gates. And he is spicy. Belmondo, Belgian bred. Linda Raby used Belmondo extensively in her breeding operation. Such a nice guy. Lauren doing a good job with what is a very feisty horse. It's very interesting as you start seeing the progeny of stallions that you know and seeing what he makes. Does he make them laid back? Does he make them fiery? What colors does he predominantly produce? And so on.
Rivendell Kite Run. This is written by Joanne Lotter. Paid by the Rivendell Stud. Owned by Nova Zonnestraal, one of our sponsors.
Now, from Nova Zonnestraal, Joanne Lotter is riding a Rivendell stud bred horse, Rivendell Kite Runner, by the fabled sire Canaan, out of a Lorino mare. And that's what we're talking about. Some of the world's top stallions being available via their semen transportation. And doesn't this horse focus? A real little rocket.
Should have BB King. Those also, yeah.
Joanne, the wife of Johan Lotter, they live just next door to this estate. Johan runs this estate, and Joanne, a leading estate agent. And aren't these warm bloods just naughty? It wouldn't have liked the car parked in the corner or the flags or something. But Joanne improvising brilliantly, getting away with it, actually clears number 10. And with a bit of luck, that's not a show jumping fault. You see, you can't beat an old head on young shoulders. Nothing like being a wily old show jumper, Joanne. Not that you're that old, Joanne, just wily. Now we've got James Lowe on his spectacular Sampras. We've already seen one Sampras. Sampras would be a stallion that is full of blood. This is out of a Drosselklang mare. It's a stallion. You heard earlier that James is a chiropractor. So bred by the Zere Ice stud, owned and ridden by James Lowe. Zere Ice Sampras by Sampras. Come on, Namibia, don't change names, just one letter in a name and think you've come up with a name. Sampras to Sampras. I ask you with tears in my eyes. Anyway, don't worry about the name. Watch how nice the horse is. So, he's fiery. He's keen. He bounces along. James has had this horse probably just over a year. And he's a lot like his father. His father was dark brown like this, possessed of this exquisite canter, and they get into the air so elastically. See the flick of the tail. Absolutely lovely. There, jumping out that double. That's just what you want to see a horse do. And he's got quick footwork. You can put the horse deep, you can stand off. He's got it all. Eminently rideable and so much engine and energy. What a nice animal. What is the importance of this sport horse industry? A farm such as Callagho employs in the region of 50 laborers, that is to say grooms, workers in the stables, and then 15 admin and office staff. So it's a major employer. And before we go on about that, you're watching Michaela Domain. She brings in a thoroughbred by VAR out of a Rambo Dancer mare, and it's called BB King. Wonderful naming, BB King by VAR out of a Rambo Dancer mare. Michaela Domain rides it for Amy Boone. Now, quite different how the thoroughbreds go. Very often with the nose out, not as easy to shorten. And whereas the warm bloods can jump, it's almost like they have a genetic predisposition to jump. Thoroughbreds learn to jump. Va, a very successful racing stallion. But you see this horse's forward desire, aptitude. It keeps going. And the more training it gets, the better it's going to get. Good job from Michaela. HSB's Raw A. The owner rider, Sonia Kroon. This is by Rohan, Davenport Rohan, out of an Ulano van Labos mare. Looking like hard work to keep it going forward. But Sonia doing a very positive job. And the horse having a little spook at that double. Sonia will represent, but that's 4 penalties for the stop, possibly into time penalties, and then climbs through it, not liking that double at all. Now we go with Kashmir LC. Sonia will jump another jump just to leave on a positive note. So the horse very happy to go forward to the Oxer towards home, but reluctant to turn away from home. And very much young horse issues. 5 horses left to go. We have Kashmir LC standing by Cello, out of a mare called Bodenhausen Freshklaar, Namibian mare. And this is owned and ridden by Jessica Griffiths for the Landcrest stud. Jessica Griffiths brings in Kashmir LC by Cello, out of a Bodenhausen mare Freshklaar. This is Jessica Griffiths for the Landcrest stud. So these are age group classes. You're looking at horses that are all in the 5-year-old category. So they're starting to become established, starting to know what they're doing. The riders would have varying levels of experience, from being reigning South African champions two reasonable rookies. The qualification for entry is definitely the horse's age. That was Cornerstone's Kunu. From the Landor stud, Andrea Becker for Anton Hook. Now we go to Callagher Let's Dance by Lissabon out of a Dageraad mare. It's from the Callagher stud. It's ridden by Vanessa Lyon. Dageraad himself, a son of Romero. Let's Dance, very efficient. Not a big horse. So a rider as experienced as Vanessa works out that the horse has fumbled there, maybe got a small fright, regroups and represents. But you see the horse going quite high. Horses don't like hitting the rails as hard as that. Not sure that that rider was Vanessa Lyon. Maybe. In fact, apologies, that's Andrea Becker from the Landor stud. Now we have Vanessa Lyon on Callagher Let's Dance by Lissabon out of a Dageraad mare. And this is from the Callagher stud. This is a Lissabon Dageraad. Yeah, typical Lissabon. Bay with a white face, quality looking. Watch the horse's expression. You have the sense that it's completely reading the situation and that its mind, if anything, is with or ahead of the rider's. Listens and then pricks his ears and jumps. You know, when you get an idea of what the horse is thinking, the ears are such a barometer. Now let's see this horse's aptitude and Vanessa's experience for how they handle this challenging double away from the gate. Slight standoff, no problem to Vanessa. All looks terribly easy when it's done like that. And this is the first time we see progeny of the imported Holsteiner Lassiter, who was imported to the Eagle stud, then I think stood in Pretoria. So this is W.S. Luxor. Luxor's a Lassiter out of a thoroughbred mare by the stallion Goldmark. Goldmark making very good event horses, tough, good movers, hot, brave, forward. Luxor is owned by Emmylou Jackson Beckett. Nicholas Syme Riley, bred by the Eagle stud. And Lassiter made hot and forward. Great aptitude. Nicola rides a Lassiter in the open classes, a big bay horse out of a concerto mare. But this would be more what Lassiter looked like as a young horse.
I should have parked it like this so that the car is in front of the live stream camera and the horse box is this side. Maybe I'm moving. He said to me, as soon as he hasn't got a jump going through that corner, then he can't do it. Yeah. Perfect. High and high.
Just the one rail down. Presentable round. Number 34, Arias Anarchy by Legacies Agrando. South African warm blood stallion. Out of the mare Surging River, and she's a thoroughbred. Katie Syme for the Arias stud.
Last horse to go, Arias Anarchy and Katie Syme. For WS Luxor, 16 scored. Arias Anarchy by Legacies Agrando, South African warm blood, out of a Surging River mare. Surging River being a thoroughbred. This is a registered South African warm blood, owned and ridden by Katie Syme, bred by the Arias stud.
Beautiful jump over number 1. Awkward moment to number 2. Brave horse, no problem with that awkward. The number 3 that's caused horses to spook.
Your jump off course 148 567 888B. 148 567 888B.
And that concludes the first round of this Class 3. The 5-year-old jumping class.
So 16 score, Arias Anarchy, Katie Syme. Going through to the second round. Jump off course is 148 567 888B. Adjust the course slightly. Everybody going through to the second
So,
round.
there's a jump off.
Number 10,
All the horses go through to the jump off.
22 and 29. 4 horses not taking part in the second round. 148 567 888B, the jump off course.
All horses go through, barring the retirees and the eliminations.
Lara and Calahost Equinox de Chateau's.
Timing, thank you. Ken.
Also electing not to take part in the second round. I've got number 3, Daytona, not coming. 14, Callo's Liberty Line, not going to take. Liberty Love, not going to take part. And 24, CMH Izaria. Stephen deciding not to jump. The jump, of course, is 1, 4, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 8B.
So those riders that are experienced and think their horses are ready will be giving this a whirl. There is prize money from 600 Rand down to 200 Rand for the winner of this jumping class, and then there's prize money for the potential horse, 600 Rand down to 200 Rand. So about 4,000 Rand on offer for these horses. Actually jolly nice prize money for these young horses, 34 of them. The eliminations and the retirees do not go through, but everybody else gets another bite at the apple. First in is the progeny of Connoisseur in the capable hands of Nicholas Syme Riley for Kay Schofield. This is Concano by Connoisseur out of a Quasimodo mare. She's jumped number 1. She turns back to jump number 4. Now jumping number 4. The third fence is what was number 5. Straight on to 6. They'll be round or inside there to 7. And then the last double. Four penalties there. The time 42.31. That's an early pace setter. Gareth will be looking to improve on that. Here he is with Callagher Conchetto. This is a Concoriano out of a Clinton mare. It's completely remarkable sitting here in Johannesburg watching these horses that boast such top international pedigrees. The owners, Delman Manning and Civils, the rider, Gareth Neal, the horse from Callagher Stud. It seems unnecessary to tell you that Callagher Stud is on the banks of the Vaal River, just outside of Christiana. Pristine farmland, beautiful, healthy environment, and horses produced professionally, perfectly, by a remarkably experienced and talented Callagher team. He asks for and gets a flying change from the first jump to the second. Now, Gareth and his wife Lara are enormously competitive, but often with the young horses, if they don't deem they're ready to do sharp turns and be competitive, they don't. Nope, not going inside that fence. There will be one or two riders who try that inside turn. Back to fence 7. And then the riders by now will be wary of this double, with the fact that it jumps with quite a lot of difficulty. Super double clear. .44.84. And because he's clear in the jumping standings, he moves ahead of Nicholas Syme Riley with her ride on Concaro, Connoisseur Quasimodo. Now we're with Michaela Demain. Michaela on the beautiful Callagher Lady Inverness by Lissabon out of a Contender mare. She jumps 1. snug round the Alzu banner. Six easy strides there. She keeps rolling. This is a forward round. And finishes clear. $39.75, and that takes the lead. $39.75. That's almost 6 seconds quicker than Gareth Neal. Two Callagher horses back to back. As we go now to Ansame Pizza. She's on Johan Lotter's Zer Ice Attendro. The Contendro out of a Chicoletto mare from the Zer Ice stud. Ansame attempting the inside turn, very competitive. Competitive round there from Ansame Pizza. See if she's better than the 39. Posted by Michaela Domain. $44.87.
We don't see number 7 Downton Abbey, so we go to 8 Zodjati Borneo, Kirsty Brimacombe. They're on their way in.
So watching now, Kirsty Brimacombe, and she's on Zonyati Borneo by Bonaventura out of a Drosselklang mare. Experienced open rider, this lady. The competition definitely hotting up. Very tough to make the tight inside turns on these green young horses. Now we're on 4 clears. And the quickest of those, Michaela Domain with Callagher Lady Inverness, 32.57. Wow, that's shaving it off. So by 7 seconds into the lead there, no hanging about from Kirsty Brimacombe. Capital Clifton. Clifton, ridden by Kelly O'Connor for the Capital stud P. Helmsley and O'Connor. Kelly giving this a smooth ride. What a stylish jump this horse has. Keeps rolling around. That's not going to beat Kirsty Brimacombe, we don't think. Kelly delivers a clear round. 41.10. So that's good enough for third place.
Stuart Hoffman, here he is, Elvis M53.
Stuart Hoffman. He now rides his Elvis M53 by Aldo out of a Badgerland mare from the Moorcroft stud. And big congratulations to the Moorcrofts producing and breeding something of this quality. And Elder bailing Stewart out of trouble there, getting a bit deep. Good recovery. Jumps the last double beautifully.
Good enough for second.
35.04 into second spot. Stewart will be delighted.
Now the Campbell's New Star.
Chris van der Merwe on his wife Leona van der Merwe's horse, Capital's New Star, by numero uno, out of a Cassini mare. This is Dutch crossed Holsteiner, if you were to take the two stud books involved. Sold at the Capital auction, and quite breathtaking to watch. Gets extraordinary height. This horse looking greener than some of the other horses, but in Chris and Leona's capable hands, that'll change really fast. And Chris, a leading South African Grand Prix show jumper. 46.28. So different tactics from the different riders. Some riders feeling their horses are ready to go quick.
Martina Kalida. This is Claire Martin.
Claire Martin now. She's bringing in number 15, Martini Kalida. This is a Casperon out of Granulate mare from the Martini stud. Full-on Callagher breeding. How does that happen? So the Martins would purchase a mare in foal to Casperon, foal it down, and they get to be deemed the breeder, but it's of course all Callagher genetics. Casperon recently third in the South African show jumping derby, and this very much like his sire Casperon. Big, scopy, super. $36.15, and that was a competitive round. Very competitive. That's into the prizes at this stage. The hard-working Nicholas Riley back again with the Gondo stud bred, Sunny Park Stables owned. Gondo Portobello K by Parco. So many of the Parcos grey out of a Huron mare. Huron, a Dutch stallion, stood in South Africa.
Nicholas Riley. Portobello K. Made by the Gondor stud, this horse. Gondor Portobello K. Owned by the Sunny Park Stables, ridden by Nicholas Riley.
And Nicola looking competitive, gets one inside turn. Interesting to see if she thinks the horse is ready for the next inside turn. No, everybody very guarded about their entry to that double. She'll go clear, I presume. Super organization. $40.94. So possibly earning a minor placing.
40.94 the time for Nicola and Gondor Portobello K. There's the bell, Sunny Park Legolas with Maxine Coutinho. They carry 20 from the first round.
Now it's Sunny Park's Legolas by Fran Laren Louis, no doubt a son of Larry de la Brea last step out of a Drosselklang mare. The owner Nicolas Simon Riley, rider Maxine Coutinho for Sunny Park Stables. And Legolas not enjoying the stimulation. It's so interesting. Some of the feisty horses kick against the rider's leg or have a little argument, and then that's what happens. They're not quite got their acts together by the time they get to the fence. Yes. Wow. Wow. And finishing positively. That was the very feisty Sunny Park Stables Legolas, Maxine Coutinho.
Final score 31, 52.57 seconds for Maxine and Sunny Park Legolas. That's the bell. This is Charlie Crockart, riding Captain Hampton.
Charlie Crockart now. Charlie Crockart brings in number 19, Capital Hampton. Capital Hampton, grey, like his sire, Hitoshi, out of an Optimum Thunder Wellington mare. This is Charlie Crockart for the Capital Stud. And isn't this stylish? Charlie training the horse to be quick against the clock, getting the turns. Is she going to do this turn? It's there. It's there. That's the first time inside to the double. Go on, kick, Charlie. Kick your head off. Kick. She cheats and does 2 strides. But it'll be quick nonetheless. Good round. Go, Charlie. 33.09. Still not the leading time. That leading time was Kirsty Brimacombe, who did some low flying with Ochozanyati Borneo, the Bonaventura. Yes. Now we're watching Jules Chavat. So this is a return in the program to Downton Abbey. The horse by Duracell, the Dutch stallion out of an Arpeggio mare. Hey.
If you're in the market for a horse box, go and have a look at the one down the bottom there. They are super nice. Belle Liberté. Go and have a look. Talk to Mr. Jules Chavat. He was very kind to us as a sponsor of photographs for the series all the way through.
Jules Chavat delivering a clear. Downton Abbey. 43.41. We go now to Waiting to start is Credo Synergy. Credo Synergy is a Stolzenberg out of an Attila mare. Attila was an Accent 2 out of a Ferdinand mare, and one of the early stallions landing in South Africa last century to kick off this sport horse breeding program that was so interesting.
Final score of 36 with a time of 43.37 there for Eagles. And down in Abbey. Number 21, Credo Synergy, Tracy David.
Tracy is mileage. Tracy is competitive. Let's watch. So often horses manure when the bell rings, and it's ideal if you can get that out of the way before going through the start flag. Often you get a poor quality jump when the horse is manuring through the start to number 1. That was efficient. Tracy not doing the inside turns, still training and developing this young horse. This horse has got a motor, it's keen. Clear round it is. No, in fact, 4 penalties in 40.34.
Final score 36, 40.34. Credo Synergy. Suba, MMA.
Now we have the thoroughbred, the unusually bred thoroughbred, inasmuch as it is by Admire Main out of a Harry Hotspur mare, Emma Meyer. It can be that thoroughbreds are quicker across the ground. They cover ground, often not wasting a lot of time in the air. Going wide to this last double, the daunting double. Here it is.
Scored time of
42-2.
for Emma and Natsuba.
Natsuba.
24 is not coming, so we go to 25. Capital Cashmere, Lauren Pretorius.
Now we go to Capital Cashmere. This is a Colnado out of a Belmondo mare. Was feisty in the first round. In the saddle is very competitive Lauren Pretorius.
Riders, just take note, there's grooms, food and whatever available. This for free. Give us about 15 minutes, I will let you know, but it will be available 15 minutes time for your groom. There's food and drink for your groom.
Clear it is. (42.12). So the time in touch.
36 final score time 42.12 for Lauren Cashmere. Rivendell Kite Runner.
Rivendell Kite Runner now by Kanan out of a Lorino mare from the Nova Zolostral stables in Cape Town. In the saddle, Joanne Lotta, the horse bred by the Rivendell stud. And sensibly, Joanne going to just a shirt for this incredibly hot day here at Steyn City, northwest of Johannesburg. In fact, just north of Fourways. And very interesting. Kite Runner shutting down on the way to the double. And shutting down twice. That'll be an elimination. And then with a careful ride by Joanne, recovers and jumps it. Sompress now, number 27. James Lowe for the Zai stud. The horse owned by James Lowe, this horse bred in Namibia. Once again by the Ziegerhenk Sampras, the Kelleher owned stallion, out of a Drosselklang mare. Sampras's first collection was available at the recent Kelleher auction in May, and he received huge interest and support. James quite experienced and does the inside turn to the Alzu wall. He means business. Go, James, go. Super. Gentle 6 now. He'll turn. He doesn't do that turn. And now the inside turn to the double. And this Sampras will do it. You can bet your life. Beautiful. Beautiful riding. That should be very competitive time-wise. Thrill James, 34.69 into second place. Real good effort, and he didn't make it look difficult at all. Now we're watching Michaela Demain. She rides for Amy Boone. This is a thoroughbred. It's the beautifully named BB King by VAR out of a Rambo Dancer mare. Has a lazy rail there. The horse is slightly untidy in front and rolls that blue fence off. Modern fences are very light. The cups are very shallow. So if the horses breathe on the rail, the penalty is paid. Beautiful jump over that second to last oxer. And Michaela Demain organizing that last double, making no error. The time 50.62.
Final score 28. 50.62. Jessica Griffith, number 30. Cashmere LC, carrying 20.
Watching now, Jessica Griffiths. Jessica Griffiths, Cashmere LC. For the Landcrest stud. And it would appear that this is a thoroughbred by Al Mushtarak, originally hailing from the fabled dealer in Port Elizabeth, Diane Snodgrass. 39.78. Quick and neat. Now we've got Andrea Becker for Anton Hook from the Landor stud. Cornerstone's Brunu by Quality Time out of a Capriole mare. Goes deep there, no problem. This horse goes high. Super. Taking these soft options, looking good. The score here. 44.59. The smart pair next. Vanessa Lyon, Callagher stud. Callagher, Let's Dance by Lissabon, out of a Dageraad mare.
The final score with a time of 44.59. That's for Andrea Cornerstone Zulu.
Vanessa Lyon, very experienced, very competitive rider, has a lot of success with a really technical horse called Callagher Fanatica. Nice distance off the turn. She's going to get another nice one here. Yes, super competitive. She should do this one on that. Yeah, she does. The horse. Clear it is. And she did not waste time. Little slowing down to the last double. $35.79. Very competitive. Into the prizes. Looking at now Nicholas Syme Riley for the Eagle Stud on her Lassiter. W.S. Luxor from Emmylou Jackson Beckett. This is out of a Goldmark mare. There's plenty of pepper in this pedigree. But this was an earlier horse. This is a horse Nicola brought in earlier. This is Concarno. And Concarno by Connoisseur out of a Quasimodo mare. 40.60 the time. Katie Syme brings Arias Anarchy. This was number 34, last to go in the first round. Very organized little horse by Legacy Zagrando out of a mare called Surging River, thoroughbred mare. On a score of 36, and he switches off away from the gate. Not confident to find a distance, Katie Syme. An elimination. That double has caused trouble throughout the afternoon. And that looks like that concludes this second round. That is the end of the second round of this 5-year-old jumping class, the speed round. Course designer Eric Bianchi adjusting the course for the next level. And after the presentation, we'll continue with class 4, 1 round A2.
Call the show jumping results first because I have got them in front of me. In first place, with a full house 40 score, 32.57 his time, Kirsty Brimacombe and Zonjati Borneo. Second place went to James Lowe, the lovely horse of his AI Sompra, 40 scored, 34.69 the time. Third place, Stuart Hoffman with Elvis M53, 40 scored, 35.04 his time. Callahow's Lady Inverness, she has 40 scored, 39.75. Seventh place to Jessica Griffiths, number 30, and Kashmir LC. Full house time 39.70.
Here are the results of the 5-year-old class, the 1 meter show jumping competition. It's a win for speedster Kirsty Brimacombe and Zonjati Borneo. Second going to James Lowe and his glorious Zare Ice Sompress. Third going to Stuart Hoffmeier and his ride on the Eldo Son Elvis M53. Fourth going to Vanessa Lyon, Callahoo Let's Dance with those really disciplined turns. Fifth going to Claire Martin with Martini Kalida. And sixth going to Michaela Domain, who is an early pace setter with her beautiful Callahoo Lady Inverness. Absolutely delighted, Kirsty Brimacombe. No, not really.
Listen, please, let's announce it.
And the south of France.
Yes. Your dad is watching. Why are we watching it today? Richard, music? Have they worked out these ones? Yeah. So why don't we...
Show jumping results, we've got in first place Zonjeti Borneo and Kirsty Brimacombe. She ended on a score of 40 with a time of 32.57. Second place, went to James Lowe, Zayas Sompras, 40 with a time of 34.69. Third place to Stuart Hoffman, Elvis M53. Fourth place, Vanessa Lyon with Callahow's Let's Dance, 5th place. Claire Martin, Martini Kavida, 6th place. Michaela Demain, Callahow's Lady Inverness, and in 7th place, Jessica Griffith, Cashmere LT.
So we have the winner of the show jumping section of this class, and this lady did not hang around on Zonjeti Borneo, number 8 by Bonaventura out of a Drossaklang mare. It's Kirsty Brimacombe. She rides the Zonjeti bred stud horse. Second was James Lowe. And Gail Foxcroft going out with one of our Billy Wiltshire. So Gail and Billy Wiltshire, our visiting judge from Canada, going out to present the prize to Kirsty Brimacombe with Zonjeti Borneo. James Lowe will be over the moon with his performance with Zayas Sompras. Zayas Sompras. This was the Sampras out of a Drossaklang mare. How lovely. Two things about that horse. Big enough and good enough. Really.
James Lowe, his horse Zayas Sompras. He scored 34.69.
Stuart Hoffmare in at third with his Eldo. That was Elvis M53 from the Moorcroft stud. Owner rider Stuart Hoffmare, busy with his master's degree in engineering at Pretoria University, being congratulated by Gail and Billy Wiltshire.
Third place was Stuart Hoffmare and Elvis M53. Engine scored 40.35. 40 scored in time of 35.04 seconds.
Thank you. Fourth going to Callahow's Let's Dance. This is the beautiful Lisbon. Equally beautifully piloted by Vanessa Lyon, bred by the Callahou stud, obviously, by Lisbon, out of a Dageraad mare.
That is yours.
Testimony to how Lisbon can leaven a mating.
Beautifully turned out for this class. Fourth place.
Claire Martin in at fourth.
Callahou Let's Dance.
In at fifth. Claire Martin on Martini Kalida by Casperon out of a Granulate mare. From the Martini stud.
O'Connor, Capital Clifton. There she is again. Vanessa Lyon with Callagher, Let's Dance. 5th place, Jason Griffiths, Cashmere LC. And 6th place, Emma Mayer with Natsuba.
I'm still uncomfortable about that.
7th place, Stuart Hoffmeyer. Can we get a photograph as well? There we go. Okay. Everybody out there, there's a lot of horses. The grooms also, please watch out.
Don't stand in the corner where you didn't want to go. Don't stand in the corner.
So the potential results of this competition was a win for Chris van der Merwe with Capital's New Star. Jumped in spectacular form. Second going to Gareth Neal, Callagher Conchetto. Third going to Kelly O'Connor, Capital Clifton. Fourth going to Vanessa Lyon, Callagher Let's Dance. Fifth going to Jessica Griffiths, Cashmere LC. And sixth going to Emma Meyer, Natsuba. Them here. The jumping results were a win for Kirsten James Lowe with Zei Sompras, Hoffmeyer, Elvis M53, fourth to Vanessa Lyon, Callagher Let's Dance, fifth to Claire Martin, Martini Kalida, and sixth going to Michaela Domain and Callagher Lady Inverness.
got series prizes now in front of me, so we're going to call you out. Please come into the arena. The winner of the show jumping, please, you'll get yourself your sweatsheet from the marshal there, Romy, at the gate before you come in. Okay? Let's get everybody together before you come in and then you walk in, please. Show jumping, winner of the series. Zonjati Borneo, Kirsty Brimacombe. Potential show jumper, I've got Capital New Star, Chris van der Merwe. Best SA bred warm blood horse, Martini Khalida, Claremont. Breeder of best SA warm blood, Martini Stud. And the best thoroughbred is Natsuba. Emma Mayer, Natsuba, Emma Mayer. Those horses, please, come into the arena. Zonjati Borneo, put yourself the sweatsheet on. Thank you.
Can we have the music and can I come in?
Yeah, if you want them to come in.
Please, please.
Still putting sweatsheets on.
They're fine, believe me, it's coming.
Yeah.
Music? Sue, just ask them to please play the music so they can walk in so long. Sue, louder.
Well, to the strains of Purcell's Trumpet Voluntary and D, the winners of the series. And the potential show jumping winner was a clear win for Chris van der Merwe, riding Capital's New Star. And a New Star it looks like. The winner of the show jumping series was Kirsty Brimacombe and Zonjati Borneo. Very competitive lady, because a few riders had a good dip at that, couldn't get near Kirsty. Gail Foxcroft going out to do the honours. Wonderful floating trophies. And the first awards going to Zonjati Borneo. Kirsty Brimacombe, the owner-producer. And this is horse bred by the Zonjati stud Zitterfucht in Namibia. She takes away a good whack of cash. Big thank you to all the sponsors. You see the sponsor's name on the screen prior to each event. Chris van der Merwe with Capital New Star.
On the horse, Groom's Prize, a cell phone sponsored by St. Remy. That's Louise De Luca, and we thank her very much for her assistance there.
Capital New Star is the numero uno out of a Cassini mare, and really Cassini looking in type, this horse.
Potential show jumper.
Zonjati Borneo is a Bonaventura out of a Drosselklang mare, think we'll all be going to do some research to find out just who Bonaventura is. Now Chris van der Merwe with Capital News Star.
Chris van der Merwe, owned by the owner, is an imported horse, Belgian Warmblood registered. My numero uno, Cassini being Holstein. They take the Northland.
The apostrophe S in Capital's News Star means the horse was bred overseas, brought here by Capital and sold at a recent Capital auction. It's a habit adopted by Callagher, so if it's Callagher without an apostrophe, Callagher bred it. If it's with an apostrophe, it was brought in by Callagher. Claire Martin now. She's on the best South African bred, Kalida.
Best South African bred Warmblood trophy, Roseanne.
Claire had quite a good go in the jump off.
The Helderfin trophy, sponsored by Ruth Heathfield. That goes to Martini Kalida.
And Martini Kalida is a Casperon out of a Granulite mare. 2 greys in the front of that pedigree.
Warmblood registered. Owned by Claire. Bred by the Martini stud. Lovely big grey horse there. Also a bit suspicious about all this.
And then a lovely little thoroughbred, Natsuba. And Natsuba is by the imported stallion Admire Main, himself a son of Sunday Silence, the fabled horse that died not so long ago in Japan. Natsuba's out of a Harry Hotspur mare. Racing enthusiasts will know that name, Harry Hotspur, himself a son of Mexico out of a silverware mare. Natsuba, the best thoroughbred in the class.
Horse out of a Harry Hotspur mare.
And the best breeder here is going to be the Martini stud, Claire Martin and her mother. Very passionate breeders, but now you're watching Natsuba, the thoroughbred in the class, or put it this way, the class thoroughbred in the class, receiving the award for the best thoroughbred. Admire Main.
Wonderful South African thoroughbred horses.
Gail with her trussed up shoulder doing the honours. Gail and Sue van der Merwe, the big motivating forces behind this extraordinary young horse performance series. And now finally, the award for the best bred South African sport horse goes to Martini Stud. That's obviously for the breeding of this horse, Martini Kalida. Progeny of Casperon.
Richard, best turned out?
Best turned out, and we've got 2 prizes here. Best turned out horse goes to Callagher's Equinox de Chalouse. That is for the
An award now to the Callagher stallion, Equinox de Chalouse.
It's owned by the Callagher stud, registered Saint Francais horse.
The numero uno out of a Vigo d'Orsui mare, and that wins the Best Turnout Award.
That's a Dutch registered horse out of a Vigo d'Orsui. Belgian Warmblood.
Good looking horse, beautifully turned out and beautifully ridden by Lara Neal.
For the best Callagher horse, best turned out Callagher horse.
In the photo there is Evie Calendar Easby.
Lenmore, I'm told that's your name. Well done, sir, and very, very
Hard-working
beautifully turned
gentleman who looks after the horse. Sport rests so much on hands of our trusty and skilled and prized grooms.
Because the breeder's sitting on the horse. Best South African breeder, Martini Kalida.
breeder of best South African Warmblood. Was sitting on top of the horse. Alzu Feeds Trophy, sponsored by G. Toy. Those 2 Martini Stud.
And this is the Alzu Feeds Trophy going out
Yes, Claire Martin.
to Claire Martin for their efforts with the Martini stud of having produced Martini Kalida.
Groom's food is ready, so please guys, let your
Very
kids
handsome
go
looking
get their
grey.
food this year.
Maybe even slightly better looking than his sire,
By
Casperon.
and this is sponsored by Johan Lotter and Steve Atkinson. So you've got to hold your own horse. Let your grooms come get some lunch, please.
Music, Richard, canter out.
Canter out.
And now on their lap of honor, the winners of this 5-year-old class, taking away lots of trophies, rosettes, and cash. Kirsty Brimacombe, Chris van der Merwe, Claire Martini, and then Emma Mayer for her ride in a lovely thoroughbred Netsuba. And the worthy horse winners of this 5-year-old class.
A special young lady we'd also like to thank for all her work over the years and years.
Emma Meyer.
Young horse performance series. And then of course is Cindy Farber. It was her birthday yesterday.
You hear the notes of happy birthday to you, Cindy Farber, who works so hard on this series. So Cindy Farber. And there you see the slim and trim and very glamorous Cindy Farber receiving a birthday gift from Gail Foxcroft. And thanks, because Gail says without Cindy this series could not possibly take place. She works like a slave to make sure this all happens. It's a big undertaking, this Young Horse Performance Series. Takes place over a number of legs, and now the final here at Steyn City. And from where we can see it looks like a magnificent picture. Cindy playing Lady Godiva in the dam near Glenfox.
Cindy's going to hold up. That was the winner of the 6-year-old Best SA Bred to last year.
Two beautiful portraits. Cindy and her beloved horses.
Everybody, there's champagne and plenty of cake. Please come and eat.
We hear there's champagne and cake, but there's none of that for the hard-working course designer. I'm with Eric Bianchi. And for those of you that don't know Eric, he runs an enormous riding school just south of Johannesburg. Eric has served the sport more than the sport ever deserves to be served by anyone. Chairman of the old Transvaal Horse Society, right up to president of the SANEF, the South African National Equestrian Federation, and he's piloted that ship through some very stormy waters. Now his function today is to design the courses that you've been enjoying here at Steyn City. Eric, I think I've given you nothing left to say. First of all, how are you doing with the heat?
It's pretty hot out there.
It is hot out
Rogan,
there.
yeah. But it's a privilege to be here and a privilege to be building for the series.
Do you breed any warm bloods?
We do. Very small, very, backyard, but we enjoy it.
Yes, we can all relate to that, backyard breeding. And Eric, you run a very big riding school.
That's correct, yeah. We run about 70 horses. We've got about 200 pupils.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Eric, you design courses all over Southern Africa?
Southern Africa, yes. Yeah.
Right up to?
Well, Egypt, been down to Zambia, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and here. And
Wow.
it's,
Wow.
around, yeah.
And you've done a lot of work?
Yes, pretty much.
And
pretty
what
much.
panel do you sit on?
I'm a level 2 FEI course designer.
Okay.
Yeah.
we see you everywhere working hard, tiring your skin out in the sun.
Absolutely.
And you
But
have
it's
a
worth it.
put-upon wife called Jenny.
That's correct.
As to live with all of your
All of us
roamings.
gallivanting, absolutely.
2 children?
2 children, that's the way.
And a cheeky little girl who rides like a demon.
Yes, she enjoys her riding. And
Yeah. How old is she now?
She's 14.
Wow.
About to
Wow.
go juniors, about to get a horse.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so there we are.
Yeah. And Eric, our show jumping scene is thriving with you've seen some quality horses here today.
I think that this is, it's an absolute privilege to build for the series. It's a window to the future of our horse sport. The young horses over the years have improved and improved. Our warm bloods are spectacular. The bloodlines, overseas bloodlines that have been brought through by people like Kelleher have really, really improved our sport, I think. And the riding quality has increased as well.
We've all learned how to ride them, or
Yeah.
trying to learn how to ride
Absolutely.
them. And harder than the thoroughbreds, huh?
I think so. I think that they're not as easy as the thoroughbreds.
No.
But once they're there, they
go further.
Yeah, they go further.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the thing.
No more racing interests?
No, not really. Not
Yeah.
really. Out of that for the time being.
Yes, I can relate to that. And Eric, will we see you in admin in the sport in the near future, we hope?
We'll see. I've given it a sabbatical, and
Yes.
we'll see if we go back or not.
We can't afford to lose your experience and your
Well, I'm
knowledge.
always there in the background. Anybody can pick up a phone.
That's wonderful talking to you. And I'm sorry you have to go back out to such a hot day.
Absolutely. Okay.
This is quite a facility, huh?
It's a fantastic facility, and as I say, a fantastic event.
It
And
is.
all credit to Gail and her team.
Yes.
For putting on something like this over and over again. I think that the breeders should be very proud of what she's done and where we are.
Yes. And they do it for the love of the game
Absolutely,
and nothing else.
nothing else. And they do us a huge service.
Yes.
You know,
precisely.
That's it.
Eric, thank you so much for your time.
Great privilege.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
It gets more exciting because the jumps get bigger, the horses get older, the standards get higher, and we now go to the 6-year-olds. So shortly to enjoy the 6-year-olds, but in the meantime we'll be taking a break. Thank you. Rounder. It's a warm-up for the 95 centimeters, and this is to prepare for the 6-year-olds.
Riders, if you're not going to win the mention, please, it's cheap and let us know.
So you're going to watch Tracy Davids, Olivia Myrtle, Miriam Nadir, Dominic Alexander, Nicola Landau, and Ane de Toy. Catherine Casey, Lauren Pretorius, James Lowe, Andrew Van Holt, and Tracy Davids. They're all jumping in this and introducing their horses to the arena before the formal competition starts. Tracy Davids on her own Credo Electra. And as experienced as Tracy Davids is, you immediately see what young horses can do to you. So to analyze that, the gate is on the left-hand side of number 1. So as the horse canters to number 1, its eyes are firmly on the gate, and when it spots number 1, it has a minor heart attack and beautiful jump now, worth waiting for. So this is to get these horses used to the arena. They'll jump a warm-up round like this. So this is not being judged, this is relatively informal. Credo Electra looking very feisty.
Not seeing number 2 or 3, KP Quintelli, Rivendell Champagne. Tel Sumo is here, Dominic Alexander.
Credo Electra is an El Bundy out of a Bambix mare. Presumably her wonderful champion, Alzu Bamboo. Dominic Alexander, he's bringing in Salahoff Sumo. Sumo is a Shiraz out of a Sandro mare. For the same price, could have been grey. Sandro goes all the way back to Sicambra, the thoroughbred stallion Sicambra, many generations back, and has been so successful in Germany, both in dressage and in jumping competitions. This blood. That concludes their round. Salahoff Sumo. So the riders taking the opportunity of familiarizing their horses with this arena.
Clear round there for Dominic and Salahoff Sumo. First time 78.75 seconds. Number 6, Swazi Lascar Limited Edition. Navy Toy. Looking for Swazi Lascar Limited Edition into the arena, please.
So still very relaxed at this stage where the riders are given the opportunity of a warm-up round. No horse coming in.
If not, we'll take Lord of Coco Chanel, please, Catherine Casey.
Thank you.
Going into the arena, this is Catherine with Coco Chanel.
Watching now, Catherine Casey, Lawlock, Coco Chanel. It's hectic. So the Lawlock stud is situated near Schweizerenica. It's the passion of Rita Marie, and she breeds absolutely beautifully. It's ideal environment, sweet felt. The horses grow beautifully and will be sound and tough, and you will get the maximum use out of such a stud in such an area. Now full of all the top lines. They've used great imported semen, Hummer. So keep your eyes open for the Lawlock horses in the future.
Stand by, you're asked to keep away out of the track. We're always asked you to stay on the sides of the arena. If you're having an issue, then move away. 4406. There is the bell. We will try Swazi Liscar limited edition. Bell's gone.
Now watching Ane de Toy. Swazi Liscar limited edition. Where's the pedigree?
Rugby scores I've got up to date so far. New Zealand Ireland game. New Zealand lead 17-0. Not good for us.
Ah. Okay, got it.
There's the bell for Capital Chester and Lawrence Victoria. Now for Ane de Toy, Swazi Liscar limited edition. She jumps clear. Time 72.19.
Capital Chester
Goes into the lead with that.
is a Chicoletto Z out of a Rivaldor mare. Rivaldor is such a tough competitor himself and a getter of good show jumping horses.
We'll be looking for Capital
This
Chester.
should be feisty,
Then Andrea van Holt.
and good looking it is.
Lando.
And these horses really needing to see this equipment. Such an ideal opportunity to show them the equipment before they actually compete over it. Everything about modern production has gone better. It's more sympathetic, more logical, more structured. He's had a look, jumps it with a smile on his face.
Andrea standing by with Gallagher Conlando, but we don't see James anywhere. One missing.
Thank you. I'll look.
.94 with a clear for Capital Chester and Holly Smith. Sorry, and Lauren Victorious. There's the bell. We'll take Andrea van Holt. She owns this horse, Gallagher's Conlando.
Callagher, Conlando, Andrea van Holt. Callagher Conlando is a Concoriano out of a Lunt Classic mare. And doesn't he look like he's having a fun day? Big, rangy chestnut with a lovely big jump.
We have Peter Contador standing by, Tracy Davids.
less common to see chestnut Concorianos. It's interesting to know how much attention to pay to color. But if Concoriano normally is a bay himself and produces majority bays, when a chestnut comes along, one takes a good look at it.
Around for Andrea and Callows Conlando, her time 66.41 seconds.
So that was Conlando having a warm-up. Now we go to Credo Contador.
They'll take James. There you are. You found the place. Well done. Capital Vegas. James Lowe.
Capital Vegas is a Vesuvius Hanoverian stallion out of a mare by Armitage, Oldenburg. So this is a very glamorous imported stallion. James having himself two lovely stallions. Look at this. This looks like fun. Wowie. Let's hope the judges like that one.
56.29 for James and Capital Vegas. Tracy Davis, Credo's Contador.
Now looking at Credo Contador by Captain Solano, Z, out of an Ubergabe mare. Quite a leggy, elegant horse. Good expression.
I missed 7, 8, and 9. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, you can. Did you have a cold drink today or not?
Watching Credo Contador with Tracy David. Last horse to go in this class will be This Is My Quest, Sydney Heber. Around with the time 66.03. Four penalties. Tracy Davis, Credo Contador. There's the bell. Sydney Heber, she's riding This Is My Quest. for This Is My Quest. Prizes I've got, there are only two. First place, here around with a time of 66.41, Andrea van Holt, Galahos Conlander. In second place, I have Anae Dutoy with Swazi Luscar Limited Edition. She was clear in a time of 72.19 seconds. Both of you could come into the arena, please, for prize giving. Looking for Galahos Conlando and Swazi Luscar Limited Edition.
So the result of that class, the one-rounder warm-up class, win for Andrea van Holt and her lovely Callahoo Concoriano, Callahoo Conlando. Anae Dutoy in second with Swazi Luscar Limited Edition. Please bear with us the shortage of information. It was a bit of a disconnect through that class, but we will be on song for the 6-year-old jumping competition.
Got a phone, a cell phone.
Full pedigrees will be told.
Cell phone, come and see me. Tell me, describe it to
And
me.
in this 6-year-old, a lovely 16 of the best young horses to watch.
Note, please, all of you walk the course. The course will not change for the next class. So all of you walk the track.
The 2019 Young Horse Performance Series Final at Staines City Equestrian Centre. Proudly supported by the following sponsors.
Welcome back to Staines City, to the spectacular Staines City Equestrian Centre. There's a lovely view of the arena and the clubhouse in the background. And now a look at the very glamorous interior of the Staines City Stables Clubhouse Equestrian Centre. It doesn't get much nicer than this. We're going to be watching the 6-year-olds in the Young Horse Performance Series Finals for 2019. The top 14 horses have qualified, and first to go will be Dominic Alexander riding, you see there, Selahoff Sumo. Tracy Davids, Anka Roda, Olivia Myrtle, Chris van der Merwe and Michaela McDonald are in the mix. Jules Chavat, Douglas Piquet, Maxine Coutinho, Shayton Hendricks, Lauren Pretorius, Andrea van Holt. And then the field is made up of the final four: Nicola Syme Riley, Tracy Davids, Dominic Alexander and Katie Syme. So many of our leading South African riders here at the Young Horse Performance Series. It's not just young riders, it's also very experienced riders with their young horses. We have 3 judges judging this event, judging the form and style of the horses, and the winners need to go clear and get high marks from the style judges. Tony Lewis in the hat, Billy Shuttleworth from Canada, and Ian van Schalkwyk, very well-known local riders. Tony Lewis in the Panama, walking the course. It's clouded over slightly, which is a real mercy. It's been a very, very hot day. So we have 14 horses in this field. And how it works, there's a trench of prize money for the most stylish, correct horses with the highest potential, and then there's a prize money for the horses that go fastest in the jump-off, the second round. Eric Bianchi is the course designer here. Eric has a big riding stable in the south of Johannesburg, Southern Riding. He's served on all sorts of committees and has been a bulwark of South African equestrian sport. South Africa has been, and not sure right now, but has been a net exporter of horses. And this is the beginnings of our sport horse breeding industry. Many people have brought in expensive stallions, the best semen available, highly ranked mares, and we're reaping the benefit of that. This sport horse breeding dates back to the 70s, where people first began to import horses and try and blend imported bloodlines from the northern hemisphere with our good thoroughbred mares. Then, of course, those half-halves became 3/4-quarters, 7/8, 1/8, and now we have sport horses that have very little or no thoroughbred in them. And European breeding has gone ahead in leaps and bounds. The quality of horses coming out of Europe is remarkable, and probably most of the world shops in Northern Europe, from Normandy right across to Holstein, Denmark, Sweden. Those are the primary breeding areas, Northern Europe. Horses do well here, horses breed well here. So this is going to become, predictably, a very important breeding area for supplying sport horses to the rest of the world. Lots of our endurance horses have left. Some of our old American saddler lines have gone back to America. Some of our better thoroughbreds go to run in Dubai, and even the odd good one makes it to Europe. Polo horses leave from here, and then South Africa presents a lot of riding horses, farm horses, first ponies to sub-Saharan Africa, Mauritius, and Madagascar. This afternoon you'll see horses that are locally bred from Belgium. You'll see thoroughbreds. You'll see Namibian horses. And you'll see the offerings of our top studs. The two leading studs, of course, are Callahoo and Capital. Callahoo, based in that pristine farming area across the Vaal River, Christiana. And then Capital, fairly near to here, on the outer reaches of the Hartbeespoort Dam. Callahoo auction, the Capital auction rather, is taking place in November the 16th, apologies. It's Saturday the 16th of November, and that's quite a date for equestrian people to diarize. November 16. $38 lots on offer at the Capital auction. Some imports and the majority locally bred at the Capital stud. In the top of the screen you can see the horses in the So the first horse is in. We're ready to go with the 6-year-old jumping. And this is number 1, Selahoff Sumo. Selahoff is the stud run by Karen Alexander and Domini. It's just north of Crowthorne on the R55. Lovely big property. And they've bred top-level jumpers and dressage horses. This is by the imported Hanoverian stallion Shiraz. This is out of a Sandro mare. The owner is Jodianne Pearton. Domini in the saddle for the Selahoff stud. Not too easy to see, but a storm is threatening. The wind has come up. And this is definitely the time of year where it gets very changeable. And we're going to have a pause because the jumps are blowing down. Eric Bianchi is surveying the mayhem. There's not much to do. So often at the coastal places they have sandbags and they use the sandbags to anchor the jumps. Of course the competition can't start with unless the course is okay. We just hope that's a small gust and it'll pass over. Well, we're back to you from Steyn City. We were about to start the 6-year-old jumping competition of the finals of the Young Horse Performance Series, and then a windstorm came through, blew the jumps down, visibility went. So small break and we're ready again. 14 starters in this class. Some very exciting young talents. Dominic Alexander will be showing off his Selahoff bred horse. Tracy Davids, Anka Roda, Olivia Myrtle, Chris van der Merwe. Now that's one to look at. Capitals Moonlight, so exciting. Jules Chavat, Douglas Piquet, Maxime Coutinho. Shayton Hendricks has a lovely Callahar horse in it. Lauren Pretorius is always well mounted, and another lovely Concoriano with Andrew van Holt. Then Nicholas Syme, Tracy again, Domini again, and Katie Syme. It's always interesting how many of the top riders are focusing on this series now and using it to produce their horses and to promote their stud activities. Here goes Domini through the start. So this is Selahov Sumo by Shiraz out of a Sandro mare. Domini jumped 4 penalties in the Derby, the South African Derby, 2 weekends ago. On super form he was. And he's busy producing a very strong young string. Backed by the Robertses. He trains Natalie and Briggs Scopy horse. This good canter, very deliberate, stylish out of that double. It's been mercilessly hot here. Luckily it's clouded over and it's cooling down a little. Very nice clear from Domini. Moving on to Credo Contador. This is a Captain Solano. Captain Solano was brought in by the Van der Bergs and he bred here a bit. And this Captain Solano is out of an... No, it's not. This is Ankaruda with number 3, Capital Harriet. This is a Hitoshi out of an Amaro mare, bred obviously by the Capital Stud. Hitoshi very often making greys. He's a grey himself. Quality head with a thoroughbred front. These warm bloods have been looking at this rather smart equipment. This horse's eyes are big and its ears are very focused forward on the next fences. Thank you. That line down the outside of that arena has jumped stickily all day. Ankaruda very happy to be seeing the finish. 16 scored. All horses that are not eliminated or retired can go through to the second round. Here we go now with Jules Chavat. So we've jumped down in the program. No, it's, well, it is Chris at number 5. Capital's Moonlight. Ladies and gents, watch this. This is by Chinwin, a Holsteiner, out of a Choco Blue mare. And doesn't it just ooze quality? Chris won the 5-year-olds with an imported stallion. And it's not too far off breeding season, and some of these stallions are feeling their oats. The production of young horses, very, very strenuous job. So this horse looking hard at the filler, that is to say, at like the green Milmac planks at that trellis. This wall is quite a challenge. Kicks a brick out, so that's 4 penalties. Two. And now presumably he will settle. Oxa then. 1, 2, 3. Horse settling beautifully. And gets to the finish, and the horse spooks like crazy at the table with all the medals and rosettes. Talent like that needs to be in the hands of a professional such as Chris, the very hard-working Chris van der Merwe. You're looking now at Cassius Clay. Number 6, Sandy MacDonald, is the owner. In the saddle, Michaela MacDonald. Cassius Clay is a direct Cardento out of Udoki's mare. Michaela, business student at Pretoria University. She is not just a pretty face. Good rider. She's been right up to the 1m50s. Trains with Barry and Lorette Taylor at Farnham. And for studies and riding, commutes between Polokwane Severilt and here. Her dad, Sandy, is involved in the game industry, hunting and conservation, and quite a keen student of equine pedigree. So MacDonald's put a lot of thought into their breeding, a lot of planning, and I think he's as keen on the sport as his very keen daughter. Very nice going. So, CLS, Call Me Jane, by Rebel King out of a Model Man mare. So this is a thoroughbred. Owner rider Jules Chavat. Really interesting to see thoroughbreds up against warm bloods. This is a real typical thoroughbred. Light framed, elegant, springy elastic. Wherever the Model Man Eliodor appears in a thoroughbred pedigree, you can rest assured there'll be jumping capability or jumping potential. Like right here. And thoroughbreds make distance so easily, like down that line. Good to watch, very nice to see. We're looking at Bradley Picketh. This is Lady Valkyrie. She's by Brannick Viking, a locally bred sport horse stallion. She's out of a Randall Z mare. That's pretty smart. And didn't the horse have a good hard look at the Nova Zonastral panels? Bradley kind of vigorous rider, and he fires this good-looking chestnut up. Randall Z, as you will recall, is Ramiro Alme Gothard. It's the formula that made the amazing Retina Z, gold medalist at the Barcelona Olympics. Quite a blow to touch the last, of always. You're looking at now number 9, Zer Ice Cardalure by Delacour out of a Connoisseur mare. This is very Namibian breeding. Owner rider Maxine Coutinho from the Zer Ice stud. Very positive rider, Maxine. She may have been a whisker too strong down that related distance. Inside turn to 2. Smoothly done. Then 5AB. Thought about the inside turn, then didn't quite arrange that. And 6 and 7. Does the waiting 6 down to 7. Last fence, 8. 69.82. Presumably they'll be quicker than that. Domini nursing that green horse around beautifully. Ankarode carrying penalties. It's a good-looking grey, this. Capital Harriet by Hitoshi, out of an Amaro mare, or out of the mare Amaro. The horse a little disunited, showing a little tension. Trots number 2. She'd want to be kicking hard to get through this double. Gets a good entry. So Anka focused on producing a clear in this second round. Finishes clear. Chris van der Merwe on the spectacular Capitals Moonlight. Moonlight by Chinwin out of a Chaco Blue mare. This very much a good example of the modern Holsteiner. Quality, beautiful looking. That must feel very exciting to ride. And the horse settled beautifully in the second round. Chris just here for the Michaela McDonald on Sandy McDonald's Cassius Clay by Cardento. Cassius Clay out of a Udoki's mare. The inside turns there for the taking. Nicely judged. Smoothly done. That was quick and nice, very attractive. Clear, and she returns a time of well, that was quick. 34.32, way into the lead. Appropriately. Now we're looking at Jules Chavat. Jules on the thoroughbred in the class, the Rebel King out of a Model Man mare. And I'm sure Jules will be telling you exactly how feisty this horse is. There's loads of pepper in this pedigree. Rubs that first oxer, but he's left them all up so far. Clear it is. $35.93. 35.93. So leaves Michaela McDonald in the lead, but breathing down her neck. Bradley Picketh. Bradley is riding Lady Valkyrie by Brannick Viking out of a Randall Z mare. Bradley being pretty efficient. Wider there than Michaela. Manier And he goes down there too strongly in that 6-stride distance on 4 penalties, jumping the last. .42.16. Michaela's time looking better and better. The 34.32. Maxine Coutinho, Sehr Ice Caroleur. This horse by Delacour. .35.93. There or thereabouts. Very neat round from Maxime Coutinho and the Delacour son, Sehr Ice Caroleur. Now you're looking at Shaitan Hendricks, and he's on Capital Condior. Condior, the Concoriano, out of a Quick Star mare. Shaitan rolling along briskly. Keeps motoring. Takes a big one to that. Super gets it. The time 40.44. So Andrew van Holt now. She's on Callagher Conlando, the Concoriano Lunt Classic. Chips in and gets a big one, a big jump out of it, the horse at number 1. This is a big horse for a tall, slim lady. A lot of horse to ride, but he looks receptive and responsive. Nobody dropping a stride there to that number 7. It looks doable. But these are green young horses. Clear she is in that round. We have a brick out of the wall in the previous round, can't remember. 43.16. Now we're looking at Domini, and he's on the Colnado out of a For Pleasure mare. This horse owned by Natalie Robertson. Bred by the Capital Stud. Very consistent, disciplined riding. .40.90. And that would conclude the class at this stage. So looking very much like a win for Michaela McDonald in the speed aspect of today. But also have the judges' results for the young horse with the highest potential in their view. It was a win for Michaela McDonald with her really neat round on Cassius Clay. Jules Chavat on the thoroughbred in just behind her. Call Me Jane, or CLS Me Jane. And at 3, Shayton Hendricks, Callagher Condior. And 4th going to Dominic Alexander with Capital Coleman.
So I've got results for you. For the show jumping, in first place, full house time 34:32. It is Michaela McDonald and Cassius Clay. Second place went to Jules Chavat, CLS Me Jane. He was a full house 40 with a time of 35:93. Third place to Shayton Hendricks and Callagher Condior. He had 40 scored time at 40.44. Fourth place went to Dominic Alexander and R&R Capital Coleman. He had a full house time of 40.90. They will come in, please, in a line-up in a straight line for prize giving.
There you have the prize winners of this jumping competition here in the 5 to 6-year-old category at the Young Horse Performance Series 2019 at Stain City. One of the judges, Ian van Schalkwyk, on standby to present. And delighted, Michaela McDonald. And this is a homebred horse, Cassius Clay, so they would have acquired semen, Cardento semen, very smart, and put it to an Udoki's mare. Gail Foxcroft, the lady who drives this initiative so faithfully, presenting now to Jules Chavat. Me Jane, the Rebel King model man. CLS Me Jane. Then Shayton Hendricks. He's riding for Jackie Gregg. Callagher Condior. Bicon Coriano out of Quickstar Mare in a third. Horse bred by the Callagher stud. And then 4th going to Dominic Alexander on Natalie Robinson's beautiful Colnado, Capital Coleman.
Third place, Shayton Hendricks, Callagher Scorpio. Fourth place went to Dominic Alexander. R&R Capital Coleman.
After this, the results of the potential show jumper category in this class. Here are the results of the potential in the 5 to 6 year olds 1 meter 10. It's a win for Capital Coleman and Dominic Alexander. Second going to Dominic Alexander again for his ride on Salahoff Sumo. Third going to Shaitan Hendricks, Callagher Condior. And fourth going to Jules Chavat, CLS Me Jane. Ross. So Dominic looking round him, getting ready for his lap of honor, and being the gentleman he is, he lets, they're all waiting for that horse to get under control. Salahoff Sumo. And Michaela McDonald takes it away on Cassius Clay. Jules Chavat. Then it's the winner of the potential jumper, Dominic Alexander. Ross and Natalie Robertson's Capital Coleman. And in behind there, Shaitan Hendricks on Callagher Condior. Next, the status event is the series win of the 5 and 6 year olds. And I'm guessing that's going to be Capital Coleman. But let's see. The status win of the afternoon That is the series win, and it goes to Capital Coleman, Dominic Alexander. On screen, Michaela McDonald and Cassius Clay. And that'll be the series show jumping winner. Michaela McDonald, Cassius Clay. And the potential show jumper series winner, Dominic Alexander, and the very, very glamorous Capital Coleman. The potential show jumper, Ross and Natalie Robertson's Capital Coleman, Dominic Alexander. We'll say the pedigree one more time. It's a Colnado out of a For Pleasure mare. That is bred in the purple, just as beautifully as possible. Gail Foxcroft presenting the series winner for the show jumping to Michaela McDonald, Cassius Clay. Real little springbuck if ever you saw one. Lots of hats being thrown in the air to get Cassius Clay to pose to his best effect. Ears pricked and all. Lovely light type. Gallopy, athletic, long-legged, full of quality. So watching these series winners. Lap of Honor. Not just yet. There we go. Michaela McDonald on her homebred. Cassius Clay by Cadento out of Udoki's mare. And definitely Dominic Alexander with Capital Coleman. And then Joanne Roberts, Joanne Lotter on the grey. So finally, after a course change, there will be these big event of the day, the 7-year-olds, the 1.20 meter class 7-year-olds. Don't go away, we'll be joining you shortly after the course change with the 7-year-olds.
We do want to open this track again because there were some riders that didn't walk this course initially. So it is open for those that didn't walk, please do. And quickly.
5 foot.
First horse and rider into the arena. Capitals Colette and Charlie Crocker. Still come and salute the judges on behalf of all the riders in this class. This is class number 6 for 7-year-olds. Got 3 prizes, only 11 horses competing here. Could be a very big upset. Big upset in the final standings. I have to tell you, they're very close together. Thank you, Charlie. You go well. Next battle is yours. Capital Collect. Westphalian. Owned and ridden by Charlie Crocker. Was bred by the Capital Stud. White Chin Win.
Again. Yeah, I'm going to have to. It's never very pretty. You're watching Charlie Crocker, the first of these 7-year-olds. She's riding Capital's Colette. This is a chin win out of a staccato mare. Technically a Westphalian. Ideal start, clear round. Capital's Colette. Chin win out of a staccato mare leaves the arena. Claire Gooderham now brings in Locarno Rosanna. This is by Locarno Challenger out of the mare by Zer Ice Dolman. Dolman a $1. Locarno's the stud belonging to Klaus Koch, some miles from Windhoek. And Klaus, a wonderful student of pedigree. Every single mating he executed on his farm was with great intent and great carefulness and care of pedigree. So the Locarno horses dotted around South Africa, bringing great joy and satisfaction to their owners. Claire, housewife, mum, 2 little boys, or not so little anymore. Based in the Knoppislaagte area. Oh, super popular round. Claire was saying she hasn't jumped 120 for ages and was all nervous to do it again. Well, look at that. Now we have number 3, Callao Titanium. This is by Titanic, who's a Dutch stallion, out of a Grand Cru mare, owned by Marcus Gooderham, ridden by Simon Henry, from the Callao stud. Titanic was a very scopy stallion, brought in by the Funnebergs. And a little spooky. So that number 1 is going towards some flags on the outside of the arena, and the horses' hearts fail them a little. And then she gives it a big jump. Simon rides Simon Burns mid-feeds horses. It's a wonderful rider. Very, very successful in 150s. And Titanium absolutely hating it here today. Not having any of it. So Simon will probably canter a small jump and leave, or maybe not at all. Often when the wind is up, these Johannesburg horses not so used to the wind. Anke Roeder now brings in number 4, Kuchelain Bushka by Belmondo, out of a Goldmark mare. It's the second time we've seen a horse out of a Goldmark mare. Very interesting naming, Kuchelain. Sure to be an interesting story behind that. The first 2 competitors making it look very easy. Horses do not like jumping into the wind. No doubt it affects their perception of the fences. And under modern show jumping rules, a fall eliminates. And it looks to me like Anke's hurt herself, bruised her hip a little. Let's hope nothing more serious than bruising. And now nobody's allowed to continue after a fall. The first aid will check Anke carefully, then ask her to sign a document and release her. On her feet she gets. Yeah, definitely a bruised hip. That's going to be a sore hip tomorrow when she gets out of bed. She'll be stiff. The unpredictability of sport, particularly equestrian sport. Anke Riley shaking her head. Happy to say she doesn't look too much worse for wear. Now we go to Rivendell Champagne. Bred by the Rivendell stud in Stellenbosch. In the saddle is Miria Nordeer. This is a sport horse, South African sport horse. Rivendell Champagne is a Rivendell Saruman out of a Calvaro Z mare. Little miscommunication going into the double. Good looking mare, this with a lovely canter. Calvaro, very big scopy international horse in years gone by. And Mia not happy with the distance she picks up to that double, and out she goes. Now, a favorite on the scene is this horse Davenport Ra. Ra is by the sire Rex Granus Z, and he was a weanling imported to the Eastern Cape by Johnny and Ernie Davenport. And Rex is by Rebel Z, who was derived from a mating of Retina to her full brother, and then Rex is out of a Granus mare. Ra is out of a Wunderbar mare, and so many of the Rexes had tricky mouths. But this horse is just everybody's ideal of a show jumping machine. Good looking, beautifully made. He just does the job beautifully. Listens to his rider, reacts, operates. There you go. Lovely clear round, making it look as easy as it possibly can. Davenport Ra by Rex Granus Z out of a Mayfair Wunderbar mare. Mayfair Wunderbar was a Wachmann Trabant signification. Now we go to Angelique Alexander, bred by Hollyberry Hall. This is a thoroughbred called Karoo Moon, and this is by Toreador out of a Victory Moon mare. He might have been going a bit forward at that to have time to get his back legs out of the way. Absolutely delightful little thoroughbred, Karoo Moon. For penalties, a delighted Angelique Alexander. Amelia Campbell-Horn brings in Gerleuven BB. Gerleuven BB is Dutch bred by Zakharov out of a Good Times mare. And I'm sure those of you who watch Amelia and her lovely string of horses have the feeling that whoever picks horses for Amelia, herself or her mother, or both of them, you'd be happy to let them pick horses for you, because they seem to arrive with one lovely horse after another like this. Amelia, tall, slim lady, usually rides quite big horses, and isn't Gerleuven stylish? You'd hope this is what the judges would be looking for. Organized, laid back, coordinated, and let it be said, beautifully turned out this afternoon by Amelia and her grooms. Gary Greaveson now brings in a thoroughbred. Gary Greaveson brings in this thoroughbred, Diesel Power, by Kahal. Diesel Power's out of a mare by Kahir Al-Maidan. Other rider falling foul of this jumping equipment. A fall eliminates. Once again, the first aid in action. But we're waiting for the last horse to go, and that is James Lowe's Capital Vegas by Vesuvius out of an Armitage mare. Armitage and Oldenburg, who goes back to Argentinus. And Vesuvius Vesuvius, the progeny of the amazing stallion, Dutch stallion, huge success, Voltaire himself. Super way to conclude the first round. Lovely clear. So a reduced field coming back. There were 3 eliminations and a retirement, which will shrink the original 10. The runoff again over fences 1, 2, 5A, 5B, 6, 7. I don't want to ask you anything at all. And with great difficulty, we managed to lasso Evie Calendar Easby. Evie now working at the Callagher Stud and involved with the marketing and promotion of the extraordinary effort that is the Callagher breeding. And I think Evie's got something new to ride, which she's keeping very secret. A breeding stallion. Are we allowed to know the pedigree even?
Rogue, he's a young Kachoki stallion.
Aha.
I'll give you that much, but we'll see what comes of him next year.
Wonderful. So, very rude, I didn't greet Evie properly, but Evie's been busy all day with all the Callagher rides that have been going on here.
Yeah.
And we start now with the jump off, Evie. You've got the list. This is Capital's Colette. It's Charlie Crockart showing off a Westphalian, Chinwin Staccato. And to relate it to Callagher, you've definitely got a dose of staccato blood there.
We do. One of the Callagher stallions, obviously, that everyone on the South African circuit's familiar with. And
Yes.
one that I love absolutely, his name is Callagher Sampras. He's a staccato Libero H.
And your wonderful Stolzenberg mare, Simone.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
that's who Jean is riding at the moment. I think
Exact,
she's
yes.
just come into the 130 classes and doing extremely well. She has done a super job getting Simone confident and strong.
Yes.
And the pair now at the moment are looking spectacular. I watched them in Shongweni with some beautiful, beautiful rounds, and I know Jean's
Yes.
extremely happy with her at the moment.
Now going in the 130s, although she's a big mare,
Yeah.
she goes in a rubber snaffle and she's rideable by a small girl, as in Jean. Jean is small.
Exactly. Rogues, this is kind of the thing in terms of what Ian has explained to me, what he's breeding for, is he wants all his horses to be able to be ridden by a small woman, because if they can be ridden by a small woman, they can be ridden by anyone.
Yes, exactly. So double clear there from Charlie Crockart and Capital's Colette. We'll wait for a time. It's interesting, these warm sport horse mouths. You see more and more nylon or rubber snaffles, which bespeaks how sensitive the mouths are. Claire Gooderham, Locarno Rosanna, progeny of Klaus Koch's Locarno farm. Have you ever been there?
I haven't, Rogue, no.
Klaus started with thoroughbred mares who struggled on the felt up there. Then his second generation, the half-halves, did better.
Yes.
And now he's really breeding a worthwhile sport horse, and he's been so diligent with bloodlines. He's got some Indoctro, he's got some Drosselklang, he's got a whole bunch of really good stuff and access to imported semen. He's done great.
And you said starting off with some thoroughbred dam lines.
He did.
Exactly.
And it's a hard way to begin. It's the way most of us South Africans did.
Yes.
And it was hard to claw yourself up from there. Not that they were bad, but to breed out of thoroughbred mares is tough. Look at that. Well, I think Claire will be
ecstatic.
Sy sal diep in die bottle inkyk vanaand. That was so nice. Really a joy for her and a thrill. She hasn't jumped 120 forever and ever, so she'll be over the moon with that performance. We go now to Davenport Ra, and this is breeding that I think existed before you guys came into the scene. Rex Granus is by a mating from Retina Z to her full brother, created Rebel Z. And then Rex Granus is out of a Granus mare.
Yes. Always
And-
good to have Granus on the
And
dam line.
Just if you bred a sport horse that looked like this, you'd be jolly happy. Sue's a more senior lady now in riding, and he just goes for her like an angel. He's a delight.
The two of them seem to have a spectacular partnership.
Mm.
Whenever I see them in the warm-up together, they have such a camaraderie, and I love the way she's always
Well, I think
communicating
she'd sell
with
her
them.
husband a whole lot before she'd sell Ra.
Yeah.
Do you get that? He's charming, and he's good-looking, and he seems so tractable. Come on, Sue, one more and you've jumped to double clear. Sue was a school teacher by profession. She's a grandmother.
Oh, yes.
Has 3 children.
Totally round.
If you took away something today from watching, what would you take away? What are your thoughts or impressions?
Rogan, the Young Horse series is definitely something that's quite close to my heart and to Callaghan and a lot of our friends. It's an extremely important platform whereby we introduce our horses to shows in a much more conducive environment for them.
Yes.
There's a big contingent that supports the 5-year-old class, and then as we taper off to the 6 and 7-year-olds, there's fewer.
Yes.
And I would really love to see more in the 6 and 7-year-old classes. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
I think
there are too many shows, maybe, and there's too much pressure.
Exactly.
We're just watching a thoroughbred called Karoo Moon by Toreador out of a Victory Moon mare. And Angelique Alexander very happy with seeing the finish. 2 down.
What? No?
The time 37.50. So our leader is Charlie Crockart, 34.79. Now, Amelia always comes with big, glamorous sport horses.
And they're
Here's
always
one.
beautifully
Do you
turned
know,
out.
Zach?
Always beautifully turned out.
And exquisitely turned out.
Yeah.
Yes, I couldn't agree with you more. This is by Zakharov. Do you know Zakharov?
Rogues, no, not.
No, me neither. Of course, Good Times, you know. Completely Dutch breeding. And he looks relaxed, laid back.
Absolutely, it's wonderful to have seen Amelia producing all horses throughout all the grades.
I don't think she's shy to work.
No. And with each one, she seems to know them all so well. So you can see she has a wonderful rapport with all of them. And I think it stems from knowing them so well from when they were little and producing them up all the way herself.
He looked slightly mouthy, and he was difficult to shorten then. Stallions are often mouthier than a gelding or a mare.
I think the challenges that come with a stallion are a lot more than what people anticipate, especially compared to riding a gelding or a mare.
Yeah. And now Vesuvius, Capital Vegas, sorry. He's by Vesuvius, who's by Voltaire, out of an Armitage mare. That goes to Argentinus. So Hanover meets, well, basically old Hanoverian. Yeah, so it's a very old Hanoverian pedigree.
Exactly.
With a dose of Dutch with the Voltaire. So nice to see James on this kind of quality.
This also had a spectacular first round.
He did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Did, really did. Let's see if the judges like him as much as we did. We were talking earlier, James is a qualified chiropractor. So if you fall off, he can put all your bones back into alignment.
And he truly does. I think all of us in the horsey scene have seen James a couple of times.
Now let me put you on the spot. What do you like about the horse?
Rogan, I've seen this horse from the beginning, from the auction.
Yes.
James subsequently acquired him, and I think James has done a spectacular job. Together with Dominique, they've really fostered his bravery. I think they've gotten him to a point where he's looking nice and confident and strong now.
Yes.
So I think it's going to be quite an exciting partnership.
He's good in front, he's good behind, keeps a good balance. Yeah, just lovely.
Brilliant.
Absolutely. there's little to add, huh? It just
No.
does the job. It's nice to have this show at a smart venue like this, because this is a smart venue.
I know, isn't it wonderful, Rogan? It was lovely to have, I think it was the second leg.
Would you make that your winner of this 7-year-old class?
We'll have to see the scores, Rogue.
It's my winner. I'm much braver than you. I put my money down. You're being all politically correct, aren't you? So will we see you in the series next year?
Rogan, I am so sad. I actually did follow the series with my young horse, and she fell out last week. She had to go for an operation.
Oh.
But we've absolutely loved being in the series. As I say to you, it's a wonderful environment to introduce our horses to the sport in such a conducive.
And you've had a chance to see some Sampras progeny.
Exactly. We
James's Sampras.
Exactly, and also Shawnee Neal was here this morning with the first Sampras from our auction, which was this year.
Remind me the name, please.
His name is Callagher Sigmund.
Callagher?
Sigmund.
Yeah. Yes.
He's from a South African line that people are definitely very familiar with. Conseri stems from that line. Brandenburg Chancellor stems from this line.
Okay.
So we are definitely very excited.
Oh, good. Evie, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Next year, join us a little earlier, please.
Well, thank you very much.
No, you
Rogue.
won't. Thank you. Going now. The win of the jumping was Charlie Crockart, Capital's Colette. Charlie's never one to hang about in a jump-off. Then Sufana Merva on, I would say, our second favourite, Davenport Ra. Claire in 40, full score 39.06. And then Claire Gooderham making a spectacular comeback. Double clear in 40.50. That was with Lucana Rosanna. And happy to say we were on the money. The winner of the potential show jumper was James Lowe with his magnificent Capital Stallion, Capital Vegas. In its second was Charlie Crockart with Capital's Colette. And then third going to Amelia Campbell-Horn and Gelurven. Had we had the privilege to be judging, we might well have sneaked in Davenport Ra. So the ask Ian. So Charlie Crockart leading in. She was the winner of the show jumping class. So there we have Capital's Colette, the daughter of Chinwin, out of a staccato mare. We've been talking about staccato all day today. Former national colours holder for show jumping, Mr. Tony Lewis, presenting, accompanied by Gail Foxcroft. And then the wonderful Ra in its second, the Rex Granus Z out of a Mayfair Wunderbar mare. Sufana Merve in the saddle. And then the lady who was so anxious about doing this, but with the help of her Locarno Rosanna, by Locarno Challenger, out of a mare by Zaire Ice Dolman, it's Claire Gooderham in at third. So the two ladies behind this initiative, Gail Foxcroft in the pink shirt, presenting their prizes. Sue Funimova, second in this class, and they have done more work than you can imagine, for nothing, I might add. And now the awards going to the potential show jumper, 7-year-old, and he really was the head and shoulders winner in this class. Capital Vegas by Vesuvius, out of an Armitage mare, beautifully ridden by James Lowe. Tony Lewis doing the honors. And then the runner-up in the potential series went to Gelurven, Amelia Campbell-Horn. That's Charlie Crockart scoring another rosette. But Amelia Campbell-Horn being second in the potential show jumper with her beautiful Gelurven BB by Zakharov out of Good Times mare. Dutch import. There'll be no prizes if she wins the award for the best turned out. It's rare you see a pulled, properly plaited tail these days, and she has plaited mane and tail. And horse in perfect show condition. Congratulations to James Lowe and the beautiful Capital Vegas. Charlie Crockart, Sue Funimova with Ra, Amelia Campbell-Horn with Gelurven, and an ecstatic Claire Gooderham, Locarno Rosanna. We can see that Gail's shouting the odds, so there's more loot going to be handed out. Thank you. So Gail is arming herself with trophies. There's some fantastic floating trophies. She's shouting at the announcer, and I'm sure somebody is going to be called back in to receive another prize. So now we get their real status, the series winners.
Your 40 days,
looks beautifully behaved.
So for the series now, the winner, show jumping trophy, the Capital State Trophy, sponsored by Mr. Henning Pretorius from the Capital State, goes to Janelle Ndidi. Dreams Prize is a cell phone sponsored by St. Rini, also for the youth of that horse.
Amelia Campbell Horn, the series winner for the 7-year-old show jumping. I thought it was actually Capital Vegas, but overall series winner, big status win, and to the beautifully turned out, beautifully ridden and presented Gillervan, Amelia Campbell Horn. So Gail now going out to present to James Lowe and Capital Vegas. That is presumably for the best locally bred series winner in the 7-year-old category. Definitely the best 7-year-old South African bred warm blood, Vegas. And then the best thoroughbred would definitely go to Karoo Moon by Toreador out of a Victory Moon mare. And this is the best thoroughbred, South African bred thoroughbred. Angelique Alexander riding Karoo Moon, the best 7-year-old South African bred thoroughbred. Ra is the best, the best. So with Gail not actually riding, she's making herself useful by presenting all sorts of things to anyone. And that concludes the 2019 Young Horse Performance Series here at the marvelous venue of Steyn City. And that's the series concluded for the year 2019. An illustrious bunch of horses and riders have been competing here this afternoon, and the winners, completely worthy winners, taking home all sorts of rosettes, blankets, sashes, prize money, trophies. Big thank you to Sue van der Merwe and Gail Foxcroft for their efforts in running this, developing and running and sustaining, that's even harder, this series. Congratulations to James, Amelia, and to Angelique. for their series wins. And now looking like the award for the best turned out. And that was a no-brainer. So the series winner, Amelia Campbell-Horn. Best locally bred series winner, James Lowe. And Angelique Alexander with her lovely thoroughbred. Hope you've enjoyed looking at tomorrow's show jumping stars here at the 2019 Young Horse Performance Series at Steyn City. And it's from looking forward to the 2020 series. From me, the team here, Rogan Askin, goodbye.
The 2019 Young Horse Performance Series Final at Steyn City Equestrian Centre. Proudly supported by the following sponsors.